about you. We pray that you will continue revealing these mysteries of machine learning. You will teach us, and we shall be able to learn. You will guide our participants, and also people who will be presenting and leading us. They will be with you, and also you will be with us. And above all, Lord, we pray for your presence to be here with us, that what we do and say may be pleasing in your sight, through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Yeah, if I were here, I would clap for Dr. Kagumi. Can I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Nora Mulira, who is the Director for ICT Research at the National Council, to take over as our chairperson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you are welcome to day 2 of this conference. We are still on the same track. We would like to say that we start with the strategies, the best practice, and then the challenges. A little contrary to what our theme says. If you start with the challenges, for AI, you may not have the energy to proceed. Those of you who were here with us yesterday, we had the First Lady. Rather, those who were not here with us yesterday, we had the First Lady. And we've been given that big endorsement to track the integration of AI within higher education. And we are looking forward to what everybody's talking about, that is the collaboration we must have as a higher education subsector to move this forward. With these members, I would like to invite our Executive Director of the National Council for Higher Education to give her welcome remarks. Professor Mary Jane Okokor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to this day 2 of our annual Higher Education Conference. As Chair said, I think you agree with me that yesterday went very well. And we need to congratulate ourselves. And I have every belief that today will also go very well. I'm pleased that we are here early enough to catch up with the program as laid down on paper. But before I sit down, I would like once again to thank all those who offered or who accepted when we requested them to play various roles. The keynote speakers, the presenters of the different papers, because without all those presentations, there wouldn't be a conference, the chairpersons, and not forgetting those who are putting things together to ensure that the conference is successful. So I would like to end by wishing you a blessed day and a fruitful day at that. God bless you.
That is the official welcome remarks from the ED, and as my colleague normally says, she deserves a bigger round of applause. So we move on to the next item on our program, and that is our keynote speaker today. Yesterday we had Dr. Naseem, who had a very involving session with us to pick our views. So Dr. Ernest Mwebaze is our day 2 keynote, and befittingly, he is an expert in the area. That's why we are looking at him to ride day 2 of our deliberations on the same track. Dr. Mwebaze has had a dual career in academia and in industry. He possesses over 10 years of teaching experience in computer science and machine learning. While at Makerere University, he co-founded the Makerere University Artificial Intelligence Research Lab, teaching and leading in it to prominence in the field of practical implementation and employment of artificial intelligence solutions. In industry, he has worked at the Google AI Research Lab in Ghana and the UN Pulse Lab in Kampala, where he focused on practical applications of artificial intelligence to tackle development challenges in agriculture, utility estimation, and different focus areas of the SDGs. He's passionate about using artificial intelligence to improve society, particularly in the developing parts of the world, and is currently the executive director of Sunbird AI. So with that distinguished career and that experience, we believe we are in the right hands. Dr. Ernest Mwebaze, please welcome as our keynote speaker for this session. Join me in welcoming him. A round of applause for Dr. Mwebaze.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to ride on the previous protocol. I really like that statement. It saves me the landscape of getting every protocol right. The previous protocol from yesterday to address you, ladies and gentlemen. We want to generate evidence of the use of AI to influence policy, but we also want to influence the policy of AI. So the big things we were talking about yesterday, strategies. Okay, so this is a report from GSMA that just came out recently, and talking about the global AI value currently. It's about 17 trillion. And so the proportion that Africa is taking, approximately 2.5%. So 0.4 trillion is what we are sort of grabbing at. So very low, very low. And if you look at 2030, so the projected increase or potential value of AI by 2030, so you can see there's about 3 trillion here, $3 trillion that is likely to enhance GDP. So how can we, and you see Africa is still quite low. So there's a real need for us to harness AI and integrate it, right at government, at a national level, and not only in higher education, but of course we start at higher education. So there's a real need for us to do this. Yeah, it seems at least. So I'll talk about, maybe the landscape initially, and then sort of end with some thoughts. Okay, so the famous fourth industrial revolution is back. So we've been sort of moving here. Initially, the talk was that we are going into the fourth industrial revolution. But I think we are in the revolution currently. The pace of change of technology is quite high. This space here, it says from 1969 to 2010's computing internet, when internet was a thing, is fairly recently. When I was in university 25 years ago, this was a very new thing. I recall in my career, even when DICTS was set up, and I think Dr. Nora, I think, was leading it. This was an innovation. It was innovative to set up a directorate of ICT. And now it's standard practice. You have to have it in any organization. Even ICT, I think I don't know if you remember the time when ICT, integration of ICT was a big thing. Now almost anyone can't do without a computer. Almost everyone has to use a computer, has to use a smartphone, right? These things have sort of come and gone over time. When I was a student, we used to, and this was in the 2000s, early 2000s, the very first course we had on computing, on programming, the lecturer came on the board and wrote out the program. It was in BASIC, QBasic. And he wrote it out and wrote it down on the paper, and in the exam it came, and we sort of wrote out the code. And there was no concept of using a machine. After 3 years or 4 years, when I was in my final year in engineering, then computers became common. And I recall going to do an assignment down in my hall, putting the work on a floppy drive. A floppy drive, which I think it was 1.44 megabytes. And carrying it, the 2.5 kilometers, the Faculty of Technology, and putting it in the lecturer's computer, and the thing says format, drive A. I think it was drive A or drive D. All the work had disappeared, and then I had to sort of go back and come with 2, just in case. But 1.4 megabytes, 20 years ago, you could put on that floppy disk music, work, images on 1.4 megabytes. Now the image you take with your smartphone is about 2 megabytes. It can't even fit on that little floppy. And this is just 20 years ago or so. So things have changed drastically, at least in my career. And so we are really, really in another kind of revolution where technology is taking over. And what is this revolution? So I think initially we had all these terms, maybe 4 years ago. IoT, blockchain, Internet of Things, big data, etc. But AI seems to have taken over to become a really big thing that is driving a lot of the other technology. So we are in the revolution. We are in the movement, the changing movement, which is technology-driven innovation, right? And this is, so my talk is on AI-driven opportunities for skills, infrastructure in higher education, integration of AI in education. So AI-driven. So no longer technology, but AI-driven, which is a type of technology. All right, so I worked several years, maybe 12 or 13 or 14 in Makerere University. And I sort of had a feel of how higher education works. And so there's a slow change. I think, for example, changing curricula takes a bit of time. So the course has to run the 4 years or 3 years. Then I remember we tried to change the curriculum. It has to go to Senate, come back with comments. It has to go back, goes to National Council of Higher Education, come back, go through another round. I mean, it took a very long time, several years just to change the curricula. Now, the speed of AI is quite fast, you can imagine. I think, I don't know if these statistics are right, but maybe 3 out of 50 universities currently in Uganda have a course in AI, a course which has sort of AI or data science in there. I may be wrong. I think I saw several examples of people using AI yesterday, but it's slow. Part of it is a good thing. So I guess the council has to make a trade-off, which is generally a good thing, between early adoption and stabilization of discipline. So a couple of years ago, big data was the thing. Big data this, big data that. If you created a Bachelor of Science in big data, now things have sort of evolved a bit further down the line. So maybe there is some trade-off to make. When do you actually change curricula? And when do you let it stabilize first so that you can change? But there's been alternate communities, right? So once there's a gap, there's always people to come and fill it. And there's been alternate communities that come to fill this gap of AI. So if our curricula do not have all these courses, what are the alternate things coming up? So there's been several things, several initiatives that have come, which are Africa-wide. One of them was this deep learning in Daba that started maybe 6-7 years ago. And it came from this same thing. There was just no capacity to do data science, machine learning, and AI on the African continent. And this stemmed from a conference, then it was called NIPS, now it's called NURIPS, large machine learning conference, several thousands of researchers there. And there would be hardly any black person, hardly, maybe one or two, but hardly any. And African black scientists, even almost none, right? It was really a dark continent. And so a lot of the big organizations, Google, Amazon, Facebook, decided to actively put in money into this thing. But they couldn't directly influence curricula in university, but they did this community-based thing where African students especially, graduate, masters, undergraduate, were enthusiastic and have this zeal to learn about machine learning, deep learning especially, could apply for this and go for these big annual conferences. Now it's sort of broadened out and still going on. But it's a community-led effort to do the capacity building we need to take data and apply all these skills. Other initiatives are like Data Science Africa. Now there's Data Science Africa Uganda. This one also holds annual workshops. I think last year we were at MMU, Mountain of the Moon University. This is again large capacity building for graduate students, but also has a workshop where people demonstrate what we call end-to-end data science. Can you come from a problem in context, get the data, build the models, and come up with solutions, and be able to demonstrate that? So there's been several efforts. You also have Refactory now. Refactory is an organization which sort of bridges the gap between where you have left off, if you're sort of a new graduate, but you want to change your skill to data science, software engineering, that kind of thing. So there are several initiatives that come up to buffer our current curricula to bridge the skills gap for industry. So what has happened during this time? I thought I would talk about some of the things that, like the basics, like data. Data or data, people call it different things. I think it's data. Anyway, so there's the famous Moore's law. So this gentleman, Gordon Moore, predicted that for every 2 years there'll be a doubling in the number of transistors in a microchip. Right? So this law was crafted maybe in the 1960s and has led innovation and growth. This has sort of been the guiding law. Well, it's not a law, it's sort of a heuristic over time. That every 2 years, technology changes. That's why we have, mobile phones that have come from the small cartouche, now they are smartphones. The increase of capacity, of computing capacity, all these things have been due to Moore's law. Every 2 years, transistors double, and so we move on. But we're seeing this data, and this is an old sort of paper. It's like 2015. So it's now even wider. This data gap. So AI is mainly driven by data. AI, everyone says, no, we need more data, train the AI, right? Train it very well. But there's a huge gap now. Data is increasing exponentially. So there's almost no longer about having access to data. So previously it was, can we get big data? Can we collect more data? We still need to collect good quality data. But now is how do we make sense of all the data that we have, right? This is, and one example is even just on your computer. Normally you have a computer with what? 250 gigabytes, 500 gigabytes of space, and that all of a sudden that gets small, right? The computer starts warning, your disk is getting full. How can it be 250 gigabytes of data? Growing up, a whole computer had, 32 gigabytes or something like that. And it was a huge, huge thing. But now even the data we personally have, the number of photos, the number of data you have on your phone, on your computer, is a lot. Making sense of it is quite hard. Looking for a picture that you took 2 years ago, even last week, could be very hard without some tools. And so what has happened with AI? So these large organizations like OpenAI have trained on all the data of the internet. So they've trained on all the data and they've finished the data and still need more data, right? So there's a certain hungriness for data because basically with these new models, the more data you have, they sort of keep scaling in performance. The performance scales with the amount of data and compute. And so there is this rise of synthetic data and the premium of human-generated data, right? So how much data on the internet? Yesterday I think there was a big discussion on students use AI to create all this content as assignments. The lecturers use it to make the PowerPoints and set the exam. The students use it to answer the exam. All this is synthetic data. So how much of the internet these days can you say is actual human-generated data? Actual sentences a human typed, right? Not went to ChatGPT and did a summary and sort of edited it, right? So there's this philosophical idea that we're creating synthetic data using these tools, putting it on the internet. They get trained by the same data, and then sort of this cycle goes on. And so there is this rising thing, there's a premium on human-generated data, actual generated data, actual things that have been written by humans. Or maybe that's a... But in short, we need data, but the data is also changing. But how much data is actually there? So in 2000, the internet had maybe one petabyte of data, so 1 million gigabytes of data. in the year 2000 when we were worried about the millennium bug. But currently, 24 years later, it's 120 zettabytes. So it has grown 120 million fold in 24 years. I think that's a very hard number to wrap our heads around, but 120 million fold data increase in the data on the internet. And that's just the internet. If you get all the written data, all the books, the data is enormous. So basically, if you store this, I think just to make it practical, if you store this on 1 terabyte hard drives and sort of put them together, then the pile would wrap around the earth more than 10,000 times. So if you wrap this pile around the earth, it would go more than 10,000 times of hard drives, 1 terabyte hard drives. Just to give you a picture of how much data the internet has. Yet we've trained on all this data. That's why these models are super, super good. We've sort of trained on all this data, and we need more data. And the internet size, Moore's law again there, that was roughly every 2 years. So in the next 2 years, where we're 2024, so in 2026, we'll have maybe 240 zettabytes of data. So we're generating a lot of data. A lot of it is synthetic. We're going to see how much data we generate as Africa. But that's the data situation that we need to think about when you think about integrating AI. The other one is compute. So a typical model like GPT-4, which sort of powers one of the older versions of ChatGPT, so the underlying model, is sort of a large AI model with trillions of parameters. So it requires massive compute power to train. So it has all these, so it's a neural network, and you can imagine all the connections, the synapses between the neurons. So those are parameters. And there are several trillions of parameters. And so when you're training this model, you're actually fine-tuning those numbers of trillions of parameters to make it, sort of work. So in terms of, I think there was a discussion, someone said, I think there was a comment yesterday that, what was it? We've been captured. I think that was the comment, that the West has captured us with this AI, captured us with religion, captured us. We are always being captured as Africans. But this sort of gives you some idea of what it would take for us to build ChatGPT. Right? So if you have a normal computer, the normal computer you have, an Intel Core i7 with 32 cores. So, yours probably has 4, 3, or 2. So it takes thousands to millions of years to train such a model. It would take several millions of years to train ChatGPT. So that's how much compute, if you are just using your computer, it's not possible. Practically, it's not possible. But if you sort of expanded your mind and try to do it on a computer, it would take several millions of years to train one ChatGPT model. So it takes enormous compute to do these things. Even a decent GPU takes, several thousands of years to train one of these models. So if you think, so how was ChatGPT trained? So this was trained on, they say about 25,000 GPUs, so working together for weeks to months. So they trained it for a couple of weeks to months, actually months, with 25,000 GPUs. And each GPU costs, north of $3,000. So you can calculate $3,000 times 25 GPUs. Then you start to get a scale of how much compute you need to train one of these things. So if you're thinking of where do you integrate AI into higher education, if you think of a university trying to train this thing, then you'd have to have this level of compute. And this is just one of the early models, right? If you look at the it's a bit unclear, but if you look at sort of the latest models. So the one we're talking about is this one here, 1.75 trillion parameters. But if you look at the current models, Llama 3.3 is 400 billion parameters. Well, maybe less than a trillion. But there's several magnitudes of size large. So that's how much compute you'd need if you wanted to integrate, if you wanted the students to train one of these things like ChatGPT or DeepSeek, one of these things. So at Sandbad, at Sandbad, Imran will talk about what to do, but we do a lot of fine-tuning of these models. So you get the big model, and then you customize it for our data. So we do this for things like languages. So we want to translate all the 40 languages in Uganda, so you can translate between all the languages and English. But it takes, to train it for 2 to 4 epochs. So the epoch is sort of going through all the data we have. And that takes maybe 24 hours, and that's about $200. It's just fine-tuning the model. So it starts to give you a scale of, if you had students trying to build this thing, how much resources do you actually need, would they need to do this, to integrate this? And of course, smartphones have become smarter, much, much smarter over time. So the technology improves. I think we've seen DeepSeek. They say it was trained much cheaper than ChatGPT. But there's, as technology increases, some of these things become cheaper. I think this is the normal trend. So to compete, I think where someone was saying they capture us, to compete favorably would require significant investment on our side, right? To build these huge compute resources to train these models, for example, to collect the data, or to train the engineers to do this. So after we've sort of paid Umeme off, then you can think of how do we do this really well. It also needs a lot of power as well. So amount of power to train ChatGPT is sort of the power that would power maybe a small city, maybe Mbarara city. You can imagine all that power just to train this model you have on your phone that you sort of play around with and say, generate for me an image, etc. So they take huge amounts of resources to train. All right, what about the algorithms? Okay. So the latest AI has become, so I've worked in AI for quite a bit, maybe, 18 years, 20 years kind of thing. And it was always, when we started Sandbad AI 5 years ago, it was very hard to explain to people what AI for social good is, because you have to explain what is AI, which was not a simple task. What helped us was the rise of ChatGPT. Now we just say something that looks like ChatGPT is what we do, and then we try and do it for health, education, agriculture, energy, etc. Makes it a lot easier. But basically, the thing that revolutionized AI, that made it so common, is these things we call large language models, which are fairly simple technologies. It's just a next word predictor. Right? So if you have sequential data, like language, it tries to predict the next word and does that quite well. And that's why they are very, it's a huge, there are many papers on the internet that sort of talk of the, what is it called? I've forgotten. That has gone. But basically, these things are extremely good at doing this. And that's why ChatGPT or DeepSeek works. Right? So previously we had all manner of technology in the algorithms, like these RNNs, the recurrent neural networks, basically neural networks, the deep learning, the theory around deep learning, which mimics the way neural networks are connected to our brains, was sort of a big revolution in computer vision, in natural language processing, in machine learning, and generally AI. But we've sort of gone further ahead to train these LLMs, which work with sequential data, or language, or poems, or music, or images. And basically, the architectural model that has changed is this thing called the transformer architecture. I'm not entirely sure I should go through this. But basically, the seminal paper that changed all this is something called attention is all you need. And you have this sort of transformer architecture. It's sort of an algorithm, or an architecture of an algorithm that makes it possible for us to train these huge models with huge amounts of data. So this was really the turning point for AI. So we had, in terms of algorithms, we now call them, the traditional AI algorithms. If you think of random forest or any other sort of linear regression, and then you think of sort of the more modern models like LLMs, large language models like ChatGPT. And so I think yesterday someone asked a question that we are all concentrated on this ChatGPT. What about the old machine learning algorithms, computer vision, etc.? And so there's been sort of an evolution in AI. I think we started, one of the biggest one was computer vision. So computer anyway. So I think what I was trying to explain was that even AI has evolved over time. I think we started with computer vision, where you take, I think this is the most common example. I think the early applications, you take a photograph of plants or crops, and then you can diagnose, or image face recognition, right? You take an image of people and can recognize the faces. But we've sort of moved on to, and that was, quote unquote, an AI that sees. So we're trying to create an AI that sees. And so some people have, of course, written that, we've made tremendous research evolutions in computer vision from training on these models on images of cats and dogs. And now we train them on, biopsies or scans and things like that. But anyway, right now we are in this evolution where we have an AI that sort of understands, right? We're training models that sort of have, when you're sort of interfacing with ChatGPT, it sort of seems to understand, right? You give it code, if you prompt it very well, it sort of seems to understand exactly. Even when it's wrong and say you're wrong, it says, oh, I'm sorry. Let me think about this again, right? So it's more and more sort of a system that sort of understands humans. So it's sort of a next generation of AI. Anyway, so this architecture was very instrumental. I don't know whether I should go through it, probably not. But, so now I'll maybe talk about some future trends, right? So one thing I just heard recently is that So for example, right now in the next 10 years or 5 years, we're going to arrive at some destination, right? We're definitely going to arrive at some destination in the next 5 years. But it depends on which direction we are sort of facing, right? So if we start from Mbarara and if you face, Kabale side and you start moving, in the next 3 hours, you'll be in Kabale. If you're facing the other side, the Antonde Masaka, in the next 3 hours, you'll be, Kayawe or maybe Kampala, right? So it, for sure, in the next 3 years, if you think of your Mbarara and start moving now, in the next 3 hours, you're going to be at a certain destination. This is certain. But the direction where you're facing is going to be very important. If you're going to Kampala and you're facing the wrong side, then you're going to be 3 hours away in the wrong side. And this is important. I think that's why these sessions, things like this by the National Council of Education are very important. Start discussing the direction now. What is the direction we need to orient ourselves? If we don't orient ourselves now, for sure, we're going to arrive at the wrong destination. So some future trends on some thoughts. These are my thoughts. But this is a popular image in one of the groups I'm in of evolution of courses or curricula. And I think that the people doing, the statisticians will not like it. I think they don't like it very much. There was always this competition between computer science and statistics or data science. And, now, it seems statistics was eaten up and now you have people called data scientists. And this war still rages. But there's definitely a movement, or at least in the future, for courses to morph. I mean, we've seen courses being scrapped by university or being merged, being realigned. So this has to happen. So these efforts need to be thought about. How do we merge these? How do we orient our direction now to arrive at a future we want? Things like skills and careers. So is there a changing role for higher education? When I was in the university, every time we were revising a curriculum, we called industry to come and sit in, and they always complained, you're giving us students who are not fit for industry. They do not know the basics of industry, of what we are doing. They are not skilled enough. What is happening? And we always said, no, universities are not to teach skills. We are to teach the basics, the concepts, the building blocks on which they can build skills. We are not here to teach people how to network cables. We are here to teach them how the data in the cable moves, and how you can extend it and how it attenuates. But I don't know whether this is true. Now the things are changing quite a bit. Is there a need for skills-based curricula? Now AI makes things so easy. Things like programming, which took several semesters to teach. Now with AI, I don't think it should take too long to do that, right? Or do they actually need to program? So is the gap? Is there a widening gap? There's always this contention between industry and academia. So is that gap widening? Is it shortening? We've seen change in career to student-based learning, student-centered learning. Students self-learn or problem-solve, etc. Try and shorten this gap. But is there a gap, and what is that gap? So this whole idea that, things are changing so fast. When I did engineering, 20 years ago, all the things I did were impractical. I'm practical now, most of them. Even when I did my PhD, it was in machine learning. And when I graduated, all the models or the things, I'd improved the body of knowledge and all these things, they're all obsolete. Now, I can't even use them now, right? So there's been a need to relearn and self-learn, right? Almost by the time you finish your PhD, what you're doing is, and even now it's even worse, because there are several people who are in the middle of their PhDs, and then ChatGPT came and solved all the problems, and now they had to go back to scratch. So it's a complicated thing, but I think the need to teach people to learn, or the students to learn, or curricula that helps them to self-learn is going to be even much more important in the future. And what jobs, what degrees, what are the jobs? Just looking at this advert of World Bank, it's a digital development specialist, digital government. These are the positions. So what course at the university should someone do in order to get this job, right? What would be that course? Is it? I don't know. Is it computer science? It doesn't seem. Is it a course in developmental studies? A bachelor's in, I don't know, right? So there are all these things that the jobs require, more refined merged skills. The students need to so does curriculum need to change to address some of these sort of merging roles and careers? So what are our people in China doing, right? What are people elsewhere doing? Can benchmark, right? Take a trip there. That's what we like doing in Uganda. But, these are some of this is a fairly recent article, right? So mandatory AI education starting in elementary school. So higher education, of course, is fed by the lower levels. So is there a need for higher education to actually mandate that certain skills are learned, much earlier? So these are some thoughts for the future. And as what does that mean in this AI sort of integration? What does that mean? What sort of computer and hardware do you need? And if you're switching up the curriculum, again, what about the professors, the lecturers? I think yesterday there was a huge effort on, how do we get the lecturers also skilled up? There were several examples, I think, in Bogema and KIU of already these initiatives where lecturers are self-adapting to this new paradigm of AI and teaching. The universality of AI. So again, it may seem that AI is sort of previously AI was thought of to be in the computing domain, but now it is not really. I mean, it's being used everywhere. Yesterday I met a student here who's doing medicine at MUST, and they were explaining how they use AI, in the lectures, just to understand concepts, explain things, etc. For them, even they needed to know how to prompt, how to write really good questions to get good answers. So he was sort of telling me how they try to do that. So there's going to be need to, integrate some of these things into the curriculum. So maybe like the way we have communication skills, because it sort of cuts across all the domains. So these may be things for the future. Then maybe more aspects of what close to what I think Prof was saying yesterday, about being captured. So our local context, how do we get a Ugandan local context into these things, right? How do we make them appreciate our context, right? So we want to build solutions that are fit for our context here. How do we do that? We're trying to do things with languages. Our languages are unique. Some of this data is not trained on. You can fine-tune these models to capture that. But also our uniqueness in the type of student we have, type of facilities we have, these problems of power going off. How do we tailor the use or integration to our local context? So these are going to be important considerations. So AI colonialism, there's a huge movement on AI colonialism. I think this is what someone was trying to talk about yesterday. As colonialism exists, it persists in different forms. Right now there is what they call AI colonialism. So people historically, I think people with the people who control the technology have always been people with the power, right? So if you control the technology, more or less you have the power, right? So when in war, even all the colonialism we had back in the day, once the white man came, controlled a bit of the technology, and can be any type of technology, or the narrative, etc., then they tend to have the power. Right now we're on the back foot, of course. Africa, we are sort of absorbing, we are being captured, quote unquote. We're absorbing all this new AI technology. How do we gain sovereignty? Do we build our own models? Can we afford them? Do we, how do we do it? How do we get free? Then responsible AI. So this is going to be important as well. So this is becoming a big thing. How do we build AI responsibly? How do you use it responsibly? So students need to be taught how to use it responsibly. Someone talked about citing their work appropriately. But there are many, many other things, like fake news. Right? You can generate an image of someone with a voice. Right? All these things are abuse of this technology. Unfortunately, the technology has a lot of power, and with this power, people can abuse it. And the harms. But mostly the gap. So one of the key issues is that this gap is going to widen. So if you imagine a student at a university using AI to enhance their education, and another student who has no access to even a smartphone, this gap is going to be so wide, right? Previously, you only had, okay, maybe this one can access some reading material. But now with AI, which sort of can summarize, then the gap sort of extends. So these are some things we have to consider. And of course, there's a big talk of the changing nature of work, right? So in the future, what does work look like in this AI future, right? So they say AI is going to, of course, automate many jobs, take over things, and maybe work will change, right? What's the role of the lecturer, of the university professor in class in a place where you have AI, right? So if the AI can explain the concepts much better than you, what do you do in this AI future? In 5 years' time, these models are going to be really, really good, right? So there's always that statement that the level of performance you're seeing in these models is the worst that it will ever be in the future, which means simply that in 5 years' time, they're going to be really, really good, right? So what is the role of a lecturer? If you have models that can do personalized learning, that sort of sync with the student, their level of knowledge, their level of energy, how they study, their background, and sort of train them the same course you're training them, these are going to be better than a teacher who's teaching, en masse. For sure. So what then is the role for the professor? So these things need to be thought about already. And the last slide maybe is, we've talked a lot about data, but this is a map on generation and usage of data sets globally. Again, this is in the CDMA report. And you can see usage of data in the Americas and in Europe, Australia. This is Africa. So Africa, the map is sort of, it expands or gets constrained based on the amount of data used and generated. And you can see Africa is really squeezed. Sub-Saharan Africa is almost a stick. And then Uganda, Uganda is, So we are not doing, very well, in short. What this means is that our data is not represented in these models. We're not generating enough data that can be used to train these models, so our context gets lost in these models. And so this is a problem. So we need to sort of integrate this AI even much sooner. And so just to end, so Mark Twain said good decisions come from experience, but experience comes from making bad decisions. So we basically need to start. We need to integrate. We need to integrate these things. I remember a couple of years ago, the discussion was, the discussion we had yesterday, should we allow students to use AI or not? A couple of years ago when I was at university, it was, should we allow students to submit printed work or not? And like, no, if they print work, they'll go to one gear and they'll have someone there, and then they just submit, or they'll just duplicate and change the name and submit, right? Now it's a no-brainer. Or do you want someone to write all this, 10 pages of work, right? So again, some of these things, I think as someone said yesterday, this wave is inevitable. We have to sort of embrace it, make bad decisions, learn from them, and sort of move on. Thank you very much.
Yes, so another round of applause for Dr. Mwebaze. He has been informing us on the empowering higher education. Empowering higher education AI-driven infrastructure skills and curriculum for the future. Part of his presentation has been very technical, but necessarily so, because AI-driven would inevitably point to the technical aspects of this. So thank you very much, Dr. Mwebaze. We shall have a few questions, maybe clarifications before we move on to the tea break. but Dr. Mwebaze has painted the technology landscape over the last 20 years and how quickly it has moved to where we are, even within AI. And I think that has been a very good context for those who have been around for some time to see, even for the very young people, the youngest amongst us. So we have looked at, more importantly, the higher education curriculum, and this has been mentioned before. How quickly do we adapt to the changes within industry, within the workplace, especially with a very dynamic industry like technology, and pointed us also to the alternatives. When we are not moving fast enough, there are initiatives that move in, like he has shown us with deep learning, with the tech giants, and trying to do the capacity building, as well as what was conducted at Mountains of the Moon. The essence and importance of data in AI has been very well illustrated here, and the computing power, that is a big challenge. I think when we talk infrastructure, perhaps it's not defined well in the capacity, as well as within the actual resources, the actual investment we need to make. But that has been illustrated well here, the significant investment, the future to inform curriculum, and the strategic direction. This is something that concerns all of us. It has been mentioned before, and it's not new here. Even yesterday, the ED talked about it. Where are we facing as we want to get into the AI integration? The National Council, as the ED said yesterday, has already taken this ICT in general as a strategic tool. But AI will further be strengthened to enhance this. So reorienting our curricula and getting industry to be part of that orientation, I think has also been talked about. Dr. Mwebaze, you talked about the skill-based, which is currently what is called the competence-based. I think we are on track, except that how quickly are we doing? Competence-based curricula, which is where the council is going, and would wish to have it certified by our experts, who are all of you here, the higher education experts, is the direction to go as we are looking at this. Education skills and career, is the gap widening? Is what you studied relevant to what you're doing? This speaks to lifelong learning. And I think the self-learn and that ways of teaching our students speak to changes that must be made as we teach. What about the prerequisites for the new curriculum? I think that was also well illustrated. What kind of infrastructure, what kind of HR are we looking at in terms of professionals to teach? The professors, the AI reskilling that is required, I think has been talked about in a different fora. Higher education curricula, collaboration with the lower levels. This has been talked about many times with both, how do we link our expectations for higher education with the basic and secondary education levels. And I think a lot more needs to be looked at as the elementary curriculum we have seen here, benchmarked from, is it China? To look at how this can get done. Instead of talking about it, how do we link up with the lower levels of higher education to do this? Then the other considerations, as we're contextualizing AI for Uganda, for our context that has power interruptions, that has the facilities in higher education, as we currently see. We have only 23% of our OTIs with connectivity. These are challenges where you need to start somewhere. If we are tailoring this integration, we must look at what we have and how we go about it. Else, we would be in the AI colonialism. This is where Dr. Mwebaze ended. It is always the people with the power who control the narrative. And it goes without saying that we cannot just take what is coming from out there. We need to look at advantages of customizations of this technology And he also talked about the responsible use. This has been a recurrent theme. It is a pet subject for the First Lady and Minister of Education. So as we look at our policies within our institutions and even within the national level, responsible use, else it will negate everything else that has advantage in this. The digital divide, the changing role of the students and the learners. Yesterday it was well articulated in the session we're in that if you're looking for the same tools your students are looking at, and they're probably better at utilizing them and sourcing for them, you may find yourself out of work. It will not be AI taking you out of work, but you not reskilling yourselves. So mindset learning, as we are not competing with students, hopefully, but this means we need to look at the AI tools in the same way, but with a mindset of wanting to learn, of guiding our students on how these tools can be used. Else they will be ahead of the game, controlling, probably won't even be able to recognize teaching and learning anymore. So it is important that we do learn to integrate and to change the roles as we see them from the traditional roles of teachers and learners. And Dr. Mwebaze ended with a generation of the data and how sub-Saharan Africa is doing very badly. And yet data is a center, is pivotal to the whole MI development of the models that we're looking at. If we are not contributing, we are not competitive enough with the North, we are headed for that colonialism. A repetition of the experience. We need to start to experience, to test, to have the bad decisions made, and then we need to learn from them and make good decisions. I think that was the quote that we ended with from Mark Twain. So that really summarizes what we have been going through. And now we can take questions, clarifications, before we move on to the tea break. Somebody with the mic, please. The gentleman here. I thought somebody had a mic.
You need to turn off the other one.
Briefly, please, as you state your question.
Actually, thanks, Dr. Mwebaze, why the echo, for the presentation. I want to confess that the person you are talking about is me, about the capture. And I want to follow it up with a few remarks and for consideration. One, Mao Zedong once said, the power lies behind the barrel of the gun. If we look at what is happening in the States now, around Trump, it's the IA people who have positioned themselves to rule the world. True or false? So, if we take that one very seriously, then the power lies behind the barrel of the gun. Now the power lies behind AI. That's number one. Number two, if we refer to the clip, actually the slide of China and AI being mandatory, it's not a philosophy, it is not just a practice. It is both philosophy and political ideology. What kind of nation do they want to create? And it's not by accident that from 1949, during the revolution in China, Cultural Revolution, they have leapfrogged to where they are as the second power because they purposefully and ideologically took certain stand in what they want to do as a country, as citizenry. I want also to point out that in 1946 to 56, when after the Dartmouth conference, at Dartmouth College conference, the idea of AI came up. It was not the private sector. It was not the NGOs that took up the initiative and invested in research. One would have hoped that when we instituted a ministry of ICT, they had done this study. And by now, we would not be talking about policy. We would be talking about the law, which then helps as a context for universities to develop policies. Otherwise, policies that are not buttressed in a national law for enforcement are optional. People will take them because they want jobs, or they will leave them. But if we want to build a strong state, like they are talking about modernizing the army, we should be modernizing by law universities. Otherwise, there is a lot of inertia, there is a lot of what we would call time lag and time warp. For example, in 1991, there was the Kajubi Commission that came up with the idea of vocationalization in schools up to university level. Yesterday, I had someone praising the First Lady for the Mushega Commission. How many years later, we are thinking about vocationalization? And yet the idea is as old as history. So we have people even in policy who are caught up in time warp. The citizenry is caught up in the time warp, and that's why I was saying the universities are agents of colonization, because we are here doing with symptoms. And when people are landing on Mars, AI, when people are conquering the oceans, we are still struggling with how to bury beyond 6 feet. And if we want to go up, we climb the mango tree, and we think we are in the air. So I need the universities how to rethink of how we can influence not policy, but even law. Take an example of Nwagaba, professor. He has been aggressive, writing papers, insisting on how the economy can be run. Guess where he is now? Deputy governor, where he can make decisions. Do we have professors who are positioning themselves to make such decisions? I have influenced the vision issue personally. Museveni came to URDT, I said, as long as you keep talking about problem solving without a vision for this country, you are not going to move far. Then he came up with Vision 25. I tell him, it won't work, you have no agent. Now we have Vision 40, nobody is even referring to it. So what are we trying to do? If we cannot teach Vision 20, you cannot teach Africa Agenda 2063. We cannot do ideological and philosophical thing where we buttress our chemistry, our biology, and our physics. I think we have a long way to go. Your comment. Hey, my neighbor.
Thank you. I would like to appreciate the previous presenter. But for me, I have a concern. There was a conference in France about AI. And European countries, France, UK, generally Europe, declined to adopt use of AI as opposed to China. Yes, as opposed to China. Why? I needed to know if the presenter really was following that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the most illustrative presentation on AI. I think one thing you brought up is we need more fora. We need forums like this one more often. I know that someone was trying to use ChatGPT but wanted translation into Uganda. And they were actually successful. So having mentioned that your agency has been working on this, because mostly we're talking of large language models, you don't even know what large means. So our language is large, and you're building models for this. Probably you might be responsible for that component that enabled the translation. I was talking about that yesterday. So I think we need to build into this, because Professor Nawangwe yesterday asked, are we going to be left behind again? Me, I wouldn't even be worried about that. Maybe behind, you may be isolated and happy. But are we going to be colonized again? I think that's even more scary. So is someone going to take over again? Because recolonization is some other dangerous trend that's happening to us in many other ways. So is there some way you can give some comfort to people here that we probably, once we do these things, we shall avoid that recolonization? You have seen that the data shrink into the African continent. Many times our data has already been taken and it's not given attributes. We are not attributed. Like when they come here to Chibale Forest, they will go and find all the plants that are going to convert into Western medicines, but the patents are going to be registered into their regimes in Western Europe and America. So sometimes the data is African data, but you never would ever be able to recognize it. And then you mentioned something that was very intriguing, that the multiplicity, the way we've been storing data has been multiplying in various ways. You talked about the 1.44 megabytes floppy disk. Now we are talking of petas and zetas, and maybe we are talking of the Googles. Google is this 10 to the power 100 things. Well, we know Google as a search engine, but it came with multiplicities of tens. So whereas the data has expanded in various ways, but the storage has also been revolutionized. So you can keep your data on a small gadget. You can keep terabytes on a small gadget that you can put in top pocket of your shirt and move around with it. And then you talked about the training. That one also has really shrunk. Whereas ChatGPT used hundreds of millions of dollars, now you see DeepSeek has only used $8 million. So within a fraction of a small period of time, they have figured out, the research has enabled cost reduction. So how can we utilize those opportunities? That we don't have to go through the traditional methods of training. Now we can embed, we can, what you call piggyback on, like, tie ourselves on top of what they've done already and do things in a better way. I will keep my comments on that, basically because National Council for Higher Education is trying to figure out how to move some of your proposals to real actionable points. Probably it would be very useful for us as well if you can point to some of those things. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Thanks a lot for the very thoughtful comments. There's some online. Oh, there's some online as well. Okay. All right, so some of them are comments, so I think I'll comment briefly on the comments. I think those are very insightful comments. I'm always impressed when people give sort of a historical background of how things came to be. I think the idea I got from there is this idea that we have to be purposeful and driven in the way we are doing these things. I think this is supremely important. But the question, of course, is, can we do it? Can we actually do it? I mean, when you think about it, can we move from now and say in the next 5 years we're going to have an AI future that we want, where we're not colonized, we have our local data, our strategies, we have a policy, we have a law buttressing all our efforts? Can we actually do it? And the answer is yes, right? I mean, we actually can do it. But then the next question comes, okay, will we do it? Shall we do it actually? And then, of course, the other question is, should we do it? Should we do that? Of all the things we need to do, should we do that? So these are, I think, questions maybe now this is, I think, where the council strategy, these kinds of things need to come. Will we do it, and how will we do it? But I think we need to be driven and purposeful about this. The way China is already, we can even copy and paste. This would be good for us. On the AI summit in France, yeah, I think the global politics sort of shifts a lot with the U.S. Presidential elections. With Trump administration now, and I think what happened in France was, as I understand it, so there's been a huge effort to constrain training of models responsibly, to make sure that they're being trained responsibly, that the data that is ours from Chibale Forest, that we say it's ours, that people have written books and put them online, that they get credited for this, that there's more responsibility in training. And this also goes to things like weapons. How do you train autonomous weapons that can be deployed to kill people? So the idea of responsible training, making sure that AI is inclusive, that genders or races are not segregated. So these were some of the topics that were being addressed in that France summit. And I think they wanted people to sort of put their hand down. And I think US and China were a bit skeptical. Like the environment things, people are always skeptical about these things because they hinder exploration. I think this would be my answer to that. So there has to be a trade-off between how do we explore the use of this technology, powerful technology, and how do we make sure that we are doing it responsibly. In terms of the last question, so there were several comments, but on local languages, so how do we train Luganda or Gungu? There's so many languages in Uganda. So we actually leverage on the current technology. So the large part there in large language models, so you can get a base model, a pre-trained model, we call it, and then you can fine-tune it on languages, for example, that are similar. So for example, if you find the Bantu sort of languages tend to have similarity, so if you train it in a sort of a multilingual way, you'll find that these languages can benefit from training on each other. So you don't need all the data. So if I have a bit of data in Rutoro, in Ruchiga, in Nyankole, Luganda, Lusoga, then the multilinguality helps me to train a better model. So there's some leveraging that happens when you train these models on such data. And of course, the technology is changing. Hopefully, DeepSeek was trained on $8 million, but $8 million, is, I don't know how much that is in Ugandan shillings. I mean, we are failing to pay Omeme here. But, it's still quite a bit of money to get $8 million and, give it to Bugema University and say, you train us a model. That is, that's probably somewhere in the future. But yeah, I think I'll stop here. Thanks. Oh, the question online, yes. Yeah, the nature of data. How can universities be supported for policies restricting the use of internet to do work? Oof, these are tough questions. So one is data. Data, Data is a complicated thing. Even when you go on the websites that are national and say the data has been released, you go to the UBOS website and say, you know, the data has been released. Sometimes it's released but not usable. You know, it's too aggregated to be usable in any type of analysis. Or it's restricted or classified. So these are definitely challenging things for students. But I think what we've found, at least in practice from teaching, training students, one of the skills is how to collect data. I think this is very important, how to collect good data, good quality data. So in an environment where they can access data, I think previously we wanted them to have this habit of collecting the data. A lot of these models are very simple models, just the next word predictor. But why is it very good? It's very good because it's trained on the whole internet, right? So if you think of all the poems that have been written, all the documents that have been written, you start to see why data is so important for these models. So data is important. Training students how to get data is important. How to make sure students don't plagiarize. I think someone gave a very good comment yesterday. That we need to train the students in critical thinking, problem solving, that even the way we assess them should be that even if they relied on the internet, you should be able to assess them. So this is a trade-off. So I think some people say, okay, let's restrict the internet, restrict them from using ChatGPT so that they can learn. But this is, you know, the other option is, okay, let them use everything, but let me examine them to make sure that they have learned. So there's a bit of work, I think, on the side of the facilitators, the lecturers. Okay, relating to limited infrastructure, how can we use AI to foster collaboration between high institutions of education and industry? All right, I think we'll end with this one. Yeah, so I think for sure working with the industry is going to be very important, very, very important. And I think a thoughtful way of doing internships is going to be very important. And we can learn from many fields. In the medical field, they have done it very well. Students get integrated in hospitals. They sort of learn on job. Pharmacists get put in pharmacies from year one, different pharmacies, hospital, private. And they sort of get a very good internship. And I think this is important. In other disciplines, I think this also needs to happen. Integration in universities in innovative ways of doing internship, I think would be a good way. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Another round of applause at the completion of those for Dr. Mwebaze. I think we are running a little bit out of time for this session. So these questions for our participants online, Dr. Mwebaze will request you to take them on and provide answers the very same way. So now we can move on to our tea break. And we should be back here by 11:20. So in the next session, which is session 2, which is infrastructure, tools and skills for artificial intelligence integration in higher education institutions, we shall have Dr. Everest Nabasa to chair this session. Right now we could go for a break and we'll be here at 11:20. Thank you all very much. You can clap for yourselves for being very attentive. I request that you allow the Research and Education Network of Uganda, RENU, which you all know very well, our connectivity provider, affordable connectivity platform, and some other services that RENU offers, including EduRoam. They are here and they have even given us provided internet for this activity, strengthened what we have here. So they would like 5 minutes of your time. Let's give them 5 minutes to address you. Renu? Renu.
IT of the institutions, so that it is something that helps them to grow in terms of technology. So today, we basically came with a solar powered router. It is just right in front there. So when we talk about AI, as Renu, how we are on this journey, how we are engraving AI in our day-to-day, is that we have solar-powered routers. And these solar-powered routers, one, they're able to engrave a couple of technologies together, right? So these solar-powered routers have been installed in different universities. For example, Chambogo, we've installed at Nkumba University, Ndeje University, UCU, and basically these solar powered routers are able to, you can be able to do so much with them. For example, you can put the different LoRaWAN infrastructures for data collection. That I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had wanted to do some kind of presentation, so now I'm wondering where to start from. But yes, so the solar powered routers, I'm not able to show it to you here on screen, but it's just outside there. But I had wanted you to see it. So we have that solar powered routers, and you can integrate different technologies. So LoRaWAN is basically for collecting data. So when you talk about AI, you need data, right? So how, Ren, we are trying to fit into this technology is that is one of the features we have come up with. So back to Renu. Renu is connecting schools to internet. Renu is connecting schools to generally internet, yes. So we have all the public universities on board, and that is thanks to the vice chancellors who are here, who meet every once in a year, and they still choose Renu from time to time. And in absentia, I would love to thank Professor Kwesiga, because she has also believed in Renu. She has walked her journey with us, and it is something we do not take for granted. So my plea is that for all the institutions that have not yet appreciated being part of Renu, is that it is a member-based organization, and for all institutions that join, we treat you as our children, or we treat you as our partners. So we walk a journey with you, not only for internet, but we do trainings for your staff members, especially those who are in IT. We give we generally walk a journey, we support you all the way. So I understand this is a forum which has different institutions. Some of them, most of you, I understand you're part of the Renu network, but for those who are not part of the Renu network, I pray that it is something that you can consider. If you've heard about EduRoam, EduRoam is education roaming. So the idea is that as educationists, as professors, I'm not a professor yet, you're able to have a global connection, or in case you move from here, you do your master's or PhD from another country, connection should not be an issue for you. So my plea is today morning that in case your institution is not part of RENU, you can inquire and see how we can help each other. Also to talk about how we are trying to move in the AI direction, RENU has a data center, and that is in Uganda, right? Yesterday, as the professor from Victoria University, Professor Lawrence, was making a presentation. One of the things he talked about was we should maybe invest in AI data centers. And that is a position, or that is something that as RENU, those are ideas we are welcome to doing, because we understand you also don't want your data to be outside of the country. Right now, our data is kept in the country, and most universities have been advised that, you know what, your data should be at least in the country, and we have built that infrastructure. So if we walk a journey with you, these are some of the developments that we welcome and are happy to walk with you. So with that said, I'll take my 5 minutes seriously. I'm so privileged to be part of such a great meeting. And in case you need any more information, I will leave my details somewhere. Yes, thank you.
Another round of applause for RENU. You are all clients or potential clients, and they are leveraging some low-hanging fruits for AI, especially in research for higher education. We now move on to the next session. Please welcome Dr. Everest Nabasa, who is the head of the ICT department at MUST, So Dr. Nabasa will be chairing this next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nora. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm Dr. Nabasa Everest, the Dean of the Faculty of Computing and Informatics at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Welcome back from the break. And this session 2 is going to be chaired by me. But before I do that, let me take this opportunity to thank National Council for Higher Education for putting this together. I think we should not take this for granted. This is something that we should clap for. That clap is not big enough for National Council for Higher Education. Professor Okakor is here, so if she hears a very, very low kind of clapping, I think she wouldn't be very happy, but we can go with that. So now we are into session 2, where we are going to look at the infrastructure, the tools, the skills for artificial intelligence integration in higher education institutions of learning. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that AI is the way to go. But as a country, as a nation, as institutions, do we have what it takes to make sure that we drive the AI agenda that is ahead of us? Because we cannot afford to work without AI anymore. So to unfold all those, we are going to have a discussion of 3 distinguished people whom I'm going to call here, such that they share with us. And then after the 3 presenters, we shall go into a session of discussions. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon the 3 presenters to come here. The first one is Imran. Imran is from Sunbird. Imran Sekarara, please take your seat. Sekarara is a data scientist and medicine learning engineer at Sunbird AI. He holds a BA in data science from UC Berkeley, with a minor in environmental design and urbanism in developing countries. He previously worked at Black Book University, a networking platform supporting Black students in California. He was an engineer at UC Berkeley's Center for New Music and going to have a discussion by Dr. Michael Adelani Adeusi. You are most welcome. Please come and take your seat. Michael Adelani Adeusi lastly, I have my elder sister, who is also going to give us a discussion. I would like to read her bio. She is Dr. Deborah Rebecca Chaze. She holds a PhD. And Rebecca has served long in the field of education, is stand to have a wealth of experience. She says, I am an education consultant, a teacher educator, a lecturer, a researcher, a program assessor, curriculum developer, a parent educator, a counselor, and an ECD advocate. And she has passion for early child care and education. She holds a PhD in education, being an academia. She has written a number of research papers which are in published reviewed journals. And she loves singing, especially the spiritual songs. Currently, she works as a research advocate. Please put together your hands to welcome Rebecca. So we have these three distinguished people who are going to discuss for us. So we are going to start with Imran. And Imran, you have 30 minutes to take us through the infrastructure, the tools, and the skills required for effective AI integration in higher education institutions. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Imran Sekalala, and I serve as a data scientist and machine learning engineer at Sunbird AI. It's my pleasure to speak on behalf of Sunbird AI on the topic infrastructure, tools, and skills required for effective AI integration in higher education institutions. So, as a disclaimer, I might delve into some technical aspects of these tools during my presentation, but I hope to emphasize their utility so that you can get the picture of what they're for and consider what they might look like within your context. The point, and I'll come to this again, is that integrating AI into universities can look quite different, and it can look like very many different things, carry different requirements based on what it is you're using for and why. Globally, artificial intelligence is increasingly interwoven into higher education, pushing the frontiers of research and teaching. Researchers now leverage AI to analyze massive data sets and model complex problems, yielding breakthroughs such as new antibiotics that kill drug-resistant bacteria, and progress on the protein folding problem. This is an example from Google's AlphaFold, which was a breakthrough discovery and advancement in understanding the structure of protein folding and helping in drug discovery. On the teaching side, AI-powered systems can personalize learning experiences, automate administrative tasks, and even assist with grading. Many universities have employed adaptive learning platforms, intelligent tutoring systems, and AI-driven assessment tools. But worldwide, we are still in early stages of integration. And we believe that here in Uganda, as anywhere, the opportunities are abundant for innovation. Today, I'd like to draw on Sunbird's perspective to highlight key technical elements and real-world examples in tools, infrastructure, and skills, emphasizing what holds promise and what needs consideration when deploying AI systems into our institutions. So let's begin with an overview of AI tools in higher education, both their potential impact and prerequisites for effective institutional adoption. Again, I work at Sunbird AI, and I should say that Sunbird is a non-profit innovating AI applications within Uganda for social good. While we're not a learning institution, we partner closely with academic bodies, including Makerere's AI Lab, which is where we first incubated, and also the Data Science Africa Consortium, which many Ugandan universities have already joined. To make AI more accessible, we recently embarked on a mission called UG40, and we're aiming to develop online language resources for all Ugandan languages. Currently, our available translation tools support 5 major languages: Luganda, Runyankole, Lugbara, Acholi, and Ateso. We are now working to scale up to the rest of the country's languages, And our belief is that internet literacy greatly improves when a device can understand not only the user's language, but also local contexts and nuances. Such AI tools utilize the greater capabilities of the underlying models. And they can in turn better direct students and educators to relevant educational resources. By integrating translation capabilities with more advanced language model reasoning, we can also help students overcome language barriers in accessing global research and knowledge. As an example, one of the data sets that we've been working on and trying to expand for our UG40 model is this, where we have a set of English, scientific and medical terms and their explanations in Luganda. From there, we can train the model to have an explain task, where the model has to either explain an English term in a local language or the other way around. And we believe that down the line, once it gets really good, is that it will be helpful for different language speakers. The model will be able to learn the structure of Ugandan languages and thus translate and interpret these and other such terms between them. So the example is, explain to me the ABC conjecture from number theory in Lusoga. This being one of some very hard math problems that theorists are still trying to formulate research and work on, and being able to just have this interpretability, which is one of the greater capabilities of these models to begin with, at greater access for any speaker. I think we believe is very promising. Translation is only one example, though, of how AI can empower higher education. Large language models can sift through vast amounts of text, identifying gaps in existing research, and present nuanced insights. Google's newly launched AI co-scientist can generate research hypotheses. It can propose methodologies and outline experiments, all based on the user's prompt. Such tools have immense potential to expedite academic work. Another rapidly growing application is the use of chatbots like ChatGPT as AI tutors. Adopters in computer science classroom so far have seen really great benefits, as LLMs have remarkable ability to parse and generate programming code. So they can understand programming language the same way that they understand English. And at Harvard, and this also has gotten adopted in other universities in the US, there's an AI-powered teaching assistant known as CS50 Duck, and CS50 is the name of the course. And it helps students to debug and comprehend code, significantly improving learning efficiency. To explain a bit more about the programming workflow, a programmer has to take the logic of what it is they want to build into the abstract language of programming code, for which the computer can then interpret. When they have then written their software, they also have to perform tests to make sure that it works. And down the line, there's numerous errors that are that they might make, such as typos, errors in logic, and even building on top of existing software that might no longer be supported. And programming is quite hard, so it really does help to have an AI assistant or even tutor being able to look, sift through your code and suggest improvements. And in this case, from using CS50duck, students reported deeper understanding in shorter time spans, as repetitive queries can be handled by a chatbot, and freeing human teaching assistants to address more complex and conceptual challenges. Even within the field of computer science, the realm of thinking has sort of shifted from having to know necessarily the correct line, words, syntax, how to structure the code, as opposed to an overall abstract and conceptual understanding of what it is you're trying to do. And so, with an AI, you can build things faster and understand a lot better. Institutions might choose to license commercial AI platforms or collaborate with large-scale AI providers. Alternatively, they could rely on cost-effective open source solutions guided by dedicated teams of computer scientists and domain experts. And one of the downstream applications that can be readily employed is what we call retrieval augmented generation. And this is essentially a tool or a framework of using AI that allows an LLM to anchor its output from up-to-date and authoritative resources. So it's able to actively look up text, reference the text, and summarize it, interpret it, and offer it for any particular use case. So it could be for a student, or it could be for an administrator. And using frameworks such as RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation, you can summarize academic journals. You can assist in curriculum design using past course materials and lecture recordings. You can also streamline peer reviews and citation tracking for conference papers or PhD admissions. At Sunbird, we use RAG in partnership with institutions like the Center for Rapid Evidence Synthesis, or ACERS, and that's for the purpose of creating AI-driven summaries to inform socioeconomic policy here in Uganda. And overall, these AI-driven tools, from language translation and large language models to specialized frameworks like RAG, are poised to transform how higher education institutions conduct research, facilitate teaching, and manage their internal processes. The question I will implore is, what do these tools look like for your local curriculum? Can they help to improve the reliability of research papers? Can they improve the impact, improving the impact of these papers by selecting for particular gaps in research that look promising? Ultimately, improve learning, provide greater access to the corpus. And to go into the next section, forging partnerships, developing local talent, and adopting open, flexible solutions will be vital steps towards leveraging these powerful capabilities. Just also a quick last minute statement there. Creating, adopting, and adapting open, flexible solutions, I think, as highlighted by members yesterday and this morning, I think is a very important thing to emphasize. So let's consider the infrastructure, both the underlying technology and the ecosystem needed for scaling AI across higher education. At Sunbird, we use cloud computing platforms like Amazon Web Services, which offer reliable data storage. We also use Vast AI, which offers very cost-effective computing power and machines that are placed all over the world and are able to rent to use so we can train our machine learning models. So we do a lot of that online as opposed to locally on our own devices. And so as a university, using Amazon Web Services can be cheaper than installing data storage devices that are needed for large-scale AI applications. However, using something like Vast AI might not work, as these are machines that are supposed to be used on the fly, and there is a risk of being compromised when using them for a prolonged period of time. So if you ever want to train models for your university application, consider a more stable or licensed cloud computing solution, of which there are a number to choose from. It also makes sense to have a stable internet connection. So this will generally be the case if you're looking to implement an AI system. And in some scenarios, it could be practical to train locally, especially if you're dealing with sensitive or proprietary data, such as student records. It could also be that the institution wants to deploy the model locally over the campus network. In this way, we'll make it actually quite efficient due to the fact that there's a reduced latency. But in other words, institutions must consider reliable computing solutions and data governance frameworks that align with their privacy regulations and their particular use case. So, key infrastructure considerations. Beyond cloud computing, high-performance computing clusters can drastically cut down on training time. They also grant institutions autonomy over sensitive data sets. This is the case if you have machines that you can access both either locally or over the cloud at a large scale. Reliable internet and network infrastructure. So many Ugandan universities grapple with inconsistent bandwidth, complicating large model training, data transfer, or cloud-reliant services. And you also want to have data governance and cybersecurity policies, ensuring ethical use, robust privacy protection, as well as enforced security. This is essential for a trustworthy AI adoption. So we also want to think about the funding constraints alongside the sporadic connectivity, and also how we will continuously be better versed in AI. Nonetheless, different kinds of efforts can unlock remarkable progress, especially when supported by open source frameworks and collaborative research projects. So we at Sunbird often open source our projects, and we believe that wide-scale participation fosters collective learning and accelerates local AI solutions. Our work builds on top of existing technologies, allowing for us to sustainably scale for our goals. Someone mentioned that the cost for emerging technologies is continuously reducing as new innovative methods for developing them and deploying them are being tested. So this is in large part due to open sourcing. In turn, an ecosystem arises when multiple actors, developers, researchers, educators, policymakers engage in adopting or extending these systems, documenting successes as well as setbacks. And as mentioned, we're affiliated with Makerere AI Lab, Data Science Africa, ACRES, among other organizations, and this provides for us a willing and budding ecosystem. Ecosystems can also benefit from international collaborations. So recently, OpenAI introduced the Next Gen AI Consortium, bringing together 15 global institutions like Harvard, MIT, Howard University, and Oxford to expedite academic research through AI. And this initiative provides grants, computing resources, and API access, so the ability to access software from different providers. And this in turn is, trying to fuel new discoveries across disciplines, from healthcare to engineering, digital humanities, and the like. And partnerships of this kind really demonstrate the power of well-structured alliances, strategic funding, and knowledge sharing in driving broader AI integration. For NCHE or a university here, these collaborations might not necessarily be in direct partnership with tech companies, but maybe funding bodies and other institutions. So the Citi Foundation from Citibank has a 2025 Global Innovation Challenge, and they're providing funding to accelerate youth employability around the world. Both of these initiatives are committing a total of $50 million each for their cause. And so again, your configuration of AI integration can look a number of different ways. In short, robust computing platforms, reliable connectivity, and clearly defined governance policies form the backbone of successful AI integration. Institutions should weigh the pros and cons of cloud versus on-premise setups, factor in data sensitivity, as well as invest in cybersecurity. Ultimately, an inclusive ecosystem coupled with partnerships and targeted resource allocation can ensure sustainable and scalable AI development within our universities. So finally, let's focus on the skills necessary for AI adoption in Ugandan higher education. In essence, two skill sets must converge. The technical AI expertise, that being the engineering, the data science, natural language processing, and so on, and the domain-specific or interdisciplinary skills, this being the unique knowledge applied by educators and students across various fields. So at Sunbird, we collaborate with groups like GRAIN, which is the Gender and Responsible AI Network. We conduct workshops on AI best practices and knowledge sharing. These forums aim to bolster competencies in model building, responsible data usage, and risk mitigation. We also organize clinics for external researchers who need help framing or refining AI problems. For higher education in Uganda, strengthening in-house university computer science departments through curriculum reforms, lab improvements, and targeted hiring can significantly advance a local pipeline of AI-trained professionals. Alternatively, institutions may partner with third-party specialists working closely to keep academics in the loop. The technical skill here lies in the ability to constrain a topic in whichever domain into a technical problem with clear goals and necessary next steps for implementing an AI solution, and then the ability to carry out those next steps. Effective AI solutions require carefully tailored designs for each domain. This is now for domain-specific skills. And it can be in healthcare, economics, agriculture, or the social sciences. Here, faculty and students need the functional AI literacy and the critical thinking skills to understand how to use tools in their real-world context and be able to assess the limitations of those tools, as well as suggest improvements to them. I think, I'll say that one more time, but The faculty and students need the functional AI literacy and critical thinking skills to understand how to use tools in their real-world context, to be able to assess the limitations of those tools and suggest improvements to them. Educators should stay informed about new or emerging AI models. These could be vision models, speech, audio models, or agentic systems. Machine learning and generative AI come in very many different flavors and different downstream tasks. But educators should stay informed about them and identify those that are relevant to their courses or their research. Professional development workshops and certifications can ensure that these AI systems are developed with adequate knowledge and insight, providing the greatest utility for educators and administrators, who are of course collaborating with technical experts. For students, curricula that integrate hands-on AI work develop vital practical skills. While a tool like ChatGPT can spur creativity and efficiency, it's crucial to avoid rote dependence. As an example, the University of Sydney has launched an AI assistant that fields course-related questions 24/7 for over 300 units of study, alongside an AI in education guide that teaches responsible usage. They encourage students to use generative AI for brainstorming, proofreading, and feedback, rather than substituting it for original work. This approach promotes genuine understanding while mitigating issues of plagiarism or academic dishonesty. And you can see with this tool, the emphasis is that it's designed by educators, built by educators to empower educators. And with that, I'd like to mention the necessary caveats that over-reliance on LLMs can potentially hinder learning. AI models today are still not perfect and are prone to make errors. LLMs are not a replacement for traditional teaching methods, rather a new paradigm we should tread with caution, especially when applying to the local context. And in working towards effective AI tools within learning environments, prioritize methodology over solutions. Oftentimes, and you might see it when you're trying to use ChatGPT to just generate for you a report, spreadsheet, presentation, whatever, that they can also want to just cut corners and very quickly get to the end, even if you're asking it on a, some piece of text that you wanted to generate that has a level of nuance. It would just like rush to get to the end and sort of not include the substance that it is that you need. And so it's good to coax the model to go step by step to ensure that there is like a logical line of thought. But even when approaching this for a teaching and a learning context, ensuring that the student is thinking about the methodology, thinking about the steps to get to the answer. Bridging technical AI know-how with targeted domain expertise is the linchpin of meaningful AI adoption. By ensuring faculty receive ongoing professional development and that students learn about ethical, responsible AI use, universities can adapt these new technologies to unique local needs and unlock game-changing capabilities in research, teaching, and beyond. And so we're coming to the conclusion, and I just have a slide giving us a recap of what we've covered. That a variety of AI solutions, from translation systems, large language models, and specialized frameworks like RAG, can address local linguistic barriers. They can enrich research efforts, and they can enhance efficiency in teaching and administrative tasks. For infrastructure, Strong computing resources, dependable connectivity, and robust governance policies lay the groundwork for AI success. Partnerships and grant funding, both local and international, remain powerful accelerators. And for skills, institutions must cultivate both technical AI talent and domain-specific literacy. Equipping educators and students with training, hands-on practice, and ethical guidelines ensures AI is used effectively and responsibly. Thank you all for your time and your attention. On behalf of Sunbird, we appreciate the opportunity to share our insights. We look forward to any continued collaborations or any efforts towards advancing AI in Uganda's higher education space. All right.
Thank you very much, Imran, for that wonderful presentation. I think he really deserves a much bigger clap than that. Such a talented young soul who is really orienting us on the tools, the infrastructure, the skills needed for AI, has done it so well that I'm really impressed as a person, as a mentor. And to go through quickly what he has discussed for us, he has tried to take us through the tools that are required. And most importantly, there is something he has mentioned, that these tools have what we call embedded models. And the biggest part is to make sure that we train the models on the data, and then we see how they respond to this data, and then we can update them such that we have better models to solve daily problems. So that is something that he mentioned. And then he went ahead to talk about that we have categories of tools. There is what he called assistive and generative AI tools. These make the learning much easier. There is no need why a learner now should be struggling to write a whole essay. All you need is now to have an idea of what you want to write about, and then an AI tool can assist you to come up with the text. When it came to infrastructure, he said it is much better, especially for us in Uganda, in our education institutions, to think about cloud-based AI infrastructure, especially the open source ones, such that we don't start from scratch, and yet there is some infrastructure that is already out there, which you can take advantage of. In the infrastructure, you also mentioned about the internet. This is something that is really always bothering a lot of higher institutions of learning in Uganda. So he has called upon us to think about how we can provide stable internet if we are to benefit a lot from AI. And also high performance computers. This one Ernest mentioned in his presentation, that if you are not careful, some of the models may take years to process the data that you have. And that is not what you want. But of course, as education institutions, especially higher education institutions, it is on us to ensure that we design these systems and the models that are not going to take years to process our data. Then he mentioned under the infrastructure, he mentioned about stable power, that is electricity. You can imagine if you have your server and it goes down. So what's next? Okay, you are busy trying to process some very, very crucial data, and the server is off. Can we imagine? That would be very disastrous. So as a nation, we need to think about solving power. When it came to skills, he mentioned especially two categories, the technical skills and the domain-specific skills. So these ones are really required. He mentioned about hiring targeted skills. If you're in a university and you don't have maybe experts in AI, you would try to gazette some kind of hiring such that that institution is not left behind. He mentioned something also to do with skills about the teachers, that we need to be abreast with the trends of AI. This one also Ernest mentioned. You can imagine if you are a lecturer and your students are ahead of you. So what are you telling them? Who is educating who in that case? So as education institutions, we need to think about that. Then he talked about collaborations, that we can use collaborations, especially with OpenAI at global level. That will save us a lot of resources, such that we can quickly collaborate with the people who have moved on a step ahead in AI. Lastly, he talked about over-reliance on these LLM, that is large language models. If we are not very careful in the way we introduce our learners to them, the learners might end up just using them and they don't really innovate. So that is something that we need to look into. With that summary, I would like us to clap for him once again before I call Rebecca. Thank you so much. Rebecca, the floor is yours. And Rebecca is going to, from there, let us keep the questions. We agreed with the organizers that we can keep the questions and then we bring the questions in the answer and session after all the three have presented. So Rebecca is going to discuss for us on a topic which says exploring faculty readiness and resistance to AI integration in private institutions of higher learning, a case study of perceptions, challenges, and training needs. Rebecca, you are most welcome.
Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to be in front of you when I'm going to share some of the findings about this very topic this morning, which is about 2:00 afternoon. Actually, it has passed some minutes. Before I really start, I'll be very fast, even before 15 minutes. I want to take the opportunity to recognize my team. Members, can you stand for recognition? Because when I do that, it gives me more confidence. So that's the team I'm with. Please clap for them so that they also feel comfortable. The one standing up is Professor Mujimu Christopher, whom I also want to mention here, that he was my lecturer when I was pursuing my master's degree. He made me what I am. You are not clapping. Then another one, whom I don't want to miss, is called Dr. Kaketo David. Is he around? Dr. Kaketo, please stand up. That one, don't sit, because I have a lot to say. Dr. Kaketo is the one who actually made me like what we are talking about. I used to fear touching the machine. I even didn't know how to connect the wires. But in his lab at Makerere University, at that Department for Curriculum Studies and Media and Teaching, is the one who made me have the mindset change. Otherwise, I used to fear being near those machines. It was not quite easy. So thank you so much, Dr. Kaketo, because you made it for me. So my presentation can get on. But I don't see here properly. So my presentation is by that title, which is all about exploring the faculty readiness and resistance to AI integration in private institutions of higher education, a study of perceptions, challenges, and training needs. I think I'll be more comfortable if I use my laptop. Please help me with it, because I'm trying to strain. Maybe I come here. It can be here at the same time. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I'll quickly be done with this presentation. So first and foremost, we noticed that artificial intelligence was a game changer in many industries, including education. And of course, we know around it, there is the natural language, the language processing, the machine learning, the data analytics, and more to that, the mimic human cognitive functions, and so on. So we find that in Uganda, the use of AI in higher education is still such a nascent field, particularly in the private institutions, which form a significant part of the country education system. So we find that all this leads us to what is then the problem. So the AI adoption is still low in scale and effect. For instance, Mujimu and Nabayego in 2023, they found that several faculty members around the world still doubted the relevance of AI to local contexts in higher education. And of course, we also note that there is lack of knowledge, which limits private universities from capitalizing on AI to improve their teaching, learning, and administrative processes. And therefore, the objectives of the study were to assess the current level of faculty readiness for AI integration in private higher education institutions in Uganda, to evaluate the factors contributing to the faculty resistance to AI adoption, to identify the knowledge, skills, and resource gaps among faculty members, and to explore the training needs of faculty members to be able to facilitate the effective AI integration. And of course, this leads us to the research questions. The research questions, one of them was, what is the current level? What is the current level of faculty readiness? What about the factors that contribute to the faculty resistance? What are the knowledge, skills, and resource gaps among those faculty members? And what about the training needs? So you find that the study concentrated on the hypothesis statement, which sorry, I'm taking you very fast. The faculty statement. There's a statistical relationship between faculty readiness, resistance, and AI integration in private higher education institutions. And therefore, the significance of the study was to hold immense practical relevance for policymakers, for educators, and educational and institutional leaders. And the theory or the model that guided or underpinned the study was technology acceptance model, which is a framework for assessing the readiness and acceptability of a new technology by Davis, 1998. And this model guides us to explore the factors influencing faculty readiness towards AI integration in Ugandan private institutions. The literature gaps. The literature gaps, I just made conclusion according to the guidelines, because they wanted us to have very few slides. And these conclusions are wrapping objective 1 to objective 4. And some of these gaps, we are looking at The transformative promise for earlier teaching learning, building administration processes, and faculty readiness. There's the issue of faculty capabilities along the absence of structured training programs, representing significant barriers to the effective integration of AI technologies. So the rest of it is in the full paper. What about the research methodology? So the design here was cross-sectional, random sampling was used, and mixed methods using both the qualitative and the quantitative. The data collection was all through the online surveys, same structured interviews. Sample size was 250 respondents, who included a diversity of expertise, who were academic staff, professors, lecturers across board. The data analysis was descriptive and inferential statistics using the SPSS thematic analysis. And of course, the study observed the ethical. The demographic results are reflecting the gender, the age, the experience of the faculty members, and the academic levels of the faculty members, which you can see well at the screen. Objective 1 on faculty readiness and AI integration had a lineup of statements. And some of these statements, we are actually finding out what these faculty members are saying. I feel prepared to use AI tools in my teaching. AI tools are relevant to my teaching practices. I have received the training on how to use AI tools. I am confident in my ability to use AI. My institution provides adequate support for AI adoption. I have access to the necessary resources to use AI tools. So I won't read the rest, but the figures are quite clear. Objective 2, it was faculty resistance to AI adoption. And it had those statements which were used to find out from the faculty members. I feel prepared to use AI. I am confident in my ability to use AI. I have access to the necessary resources to use AI tools and the like. Objective 3 was on knowledge, skills, and resource gaps. And in it, there were also those aspects that we are stating. One of them, I have received the training on AI. I understand the potential applications of AI in my discipline, because there were those who were for chemistry, for physics, and they are wondering how they can use the AI. Of course, with the physics, there is some mathematics, but when it came to chemistry, there were some answers were not coming out clearly. Then, some other statements, as you can see, were also used to collect the data. Objective 4 was on faculty training needs, and it had those statements. Training should provide ongoing support. Training should be tailored to my discipline. Training should include hands-on practice, and so on. So that was the objective 4, and then the hypothesis test. So the hypothesis test, the variable was faculty readiness and resistance. Using the Pearson correlation analysis, it was performed to determine the relationship. So the findings showed that a statistically significant positive correlation existed with a 0.52, which gives us that, and the Pearson correlation establishing a moderate to strong relationship between these variables. So this implies that in Uganda, higher education institutions, distributions of AI in teaching and learning systems are still significantly determined by faculty readiness and resistance. There's still some resistance. Conclusion. So overcoming these barriers necessitates an integrated strategy that incorporates tailored training, resource support, ethical framework, and comprehensive stakeholder involvement. Enabling a conducive environment for AI integration in higher education can ultimately lead to enhanced educational quality and responsiveness to industry needs in Ugandan universities by providing faculties and reducing the impact of resistance in some academic institutions. The recommendations. One of them is to reduce faculty operations by promoting a culture of ethical AI deployment. Engage faculty to participate in the design and implementation in order to have a sense of ownership. Taking a proactive role in encouraging AI adoption through strategic initiatives, funding, and innovation culture. So these are some of the references that informed the study. And of course, there are also other points that were raised for recommendations, which are in the full paper. I want to end here with a suggestion box, and I thank you for listening in. I submit.
Okay, thank you very much, Rebecca. Can we give her another round of applause? She has discussed for us that topic, and from what she has said is that we should really know that AI is a game changer, especially in private institutions of higher learning, and also that there is still low adoption of AI in these institutions, that there is lack of knowledge about AI in some of the members in those institutions. Her study utilized the technology acceptance model to do the underpinnings of the research. When it came to the research design, she has discussed for us that she used cross-sectional. Then for the methods, she used mixed methods. And still, in her conclusion from the results, she concluded by saying that there is still resistance in the usage of AI in higher institutions of learning. With those members, I summarize her presentation to that level. Please write down some of the things that you would like her to clarify, or if you have some contribution for her, you'll still be able to do that at the end of our last presenter for this session, and that is Michael. So Michael, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes on, he's going to discuss for us a topic which is AI in universities, the good, the bad, and the ugly truth. Michael, you are most welcome. A big round of applause as we welcome Michael.
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, I would like to thank God for this opportunity to stand before everybody. Also to thank the National Council for Higher Education. It's a real privilege and opportunity. Also to thank everyone, great scholars, intellectuals from all corners of Uganda. And lastly, to thank my institution, and that is Kampala International University, for the environment to excel. And also in the house today, I have some of my very senior colleagues. Our DVC is around. One of our directors too is around. When we talk about the book as related to the study, we all know and we have all agreed that AI enhances learning. And the booth there, the booth is from the computer science, English or Word, that is AI-driven automations. Then the ugly truth, the truth is there are biases, there are ethical concerns, and also there are unequal access. A study by those renowned scholars, they've actually said that AI is reshaping higher education and as well enhancing personalized and also streamlining administrative stacks, which one of the ones I presented, shown, had actually supported that. However, its adoption presents challenges, such like ethical concern, disparity in access, reliance on technology, and so on and so forth. And actually yesterday, a presentation by Professor Azra also stated that not everyone have access. Now, what's the purpose? These are just the one we listed out. You can find out more details in the research work. We want to see, to assess the current state of AI adoption in Ugandan universities. We want to see where are we? How have we been doing? We've been saying we integrate, but do you know the level of people you want to integrate to? Do you know where they are? Do you know how competency they have? Or do you know if they've even gone ahead? So that was one of our purposes. Then also to analyze the AI-powered administrative tools in our institutions. Then we also try to look at the ethical considerations and data privacy concern in AI. Then we try to propose policy recommendations. These are the research questions that guided the study. 1, how are Ugandan universities currently using AI in teaching, learning, and administration? We want to look at that. We try to look at that. Then, coming down to the institutional resources and access to AI, how have they influenced the perception of its what? Of its effectiveness. Then lastly, what policy measure can support AI-driven innovation while ensuring what? Equitable access. And also, I don't have the slide there, were research questions, were hypotheses that actually we tested. There are 3 of them as well that strengthens all these research questions, 3 of them. In terms of the methodologies in this research, we survey 123 students and 43 faculty members, and we specifically go also after the administrator and IT personnel. We use ANOVA for the qualitative and then the in vivo for qualitative data because we have some thematic things there. Now, from the findings, the key findings, the rest are in the article. In terms of AI and teaching and administration, we saw that AI use is limited to what? To plagiarism detection tools like Grammarly and Turnitin. That was what we saw. In terms of teaching, we discovered that they always use what? Grammarly and the Turnitin. Then, some adoptions of AI-powered learning platforms, some people are using Google Classroom, while some were using Moodle. And the first one also collaborated to the work of Shank, which I stated earlier. Then the third one is that AI chatbots are used for student support and administration. The chatbots, the bots, there are some institutions who are already using that. Then infrastructure and faculty training gaps. Right from yesterday, most of all our results were pointing to the fact that there is limited faculty training. And that is a gap that will hinder the full integration. Now the hypothesis. We saw that there is no statistically significant difference in the perception of AI benefit across the public and private. And this result indicated that both students and lecturers from either the private or public, they perceive the benefit of AI similar, with no differences among them. That was what we saw. And this further implies that any effort by our National Council for Higher Education to adopt AI can be directly, uniformly across the whole university, all university in Uganda. Because our students and lecturers, they share the same view about AI potentials. Now, the key finding concerning the institutional resources and AI perception, we discovered that private universities, underline that, private universities with better infrastructures, they have more positive perception of AI. And I think that is also supporting to what Dr. Rebecca had said earlier, where she mentioned and she says there is still some gaps. But if you look at here, I mentioned with better infrastructure, meaning those without better infrastructure fall in a line. Now, public institutions struggles with digital limitations. Then lack of faculty training as well affect AI adoption. Then AI is seen as useful for administrative efficiency, but not yet trusted. For what? For teaching. That's our findings. The hypothesis, we could see that there is actually a statistically significant difference in access to AI tools between the public and the private. This result implies that there is or are disparities, and that also calls for further investigation. How public and private universities provide or utilize AI tools, which could be due to differences in funding. If my institution is having a lot of funds allocated for IT things, definitely will do better to any other universities that is not well funded. In terms of infrastructure or institutional priority, the VC in each of those schools, how are they thinking in the area of this AI? Now, the limited access to AI tools in public institutions may negatively affect our students and faculty, definitely the way they perceive AIs. Then it also shows the importance of equitable access to AI tools. The third, concerning the policy measure and the support for AI-driven innovation, we find out that government-led expansion of AI infrastructures in public university, there should be. Then there should also be a mandatory AI training. There should be AI, ethical AI policy to address biases in AI. Then also, there should be public-private partnership, just like partnering with like the Sunbird, the way they've said, and many others, any other private, private institutions. Now, there is no statistical difference in the perception of the role of institutional resources across the universities that we've investigated. And this result implies that both universities perceive the role of institutional resources, that is the funding, the infrastructure, and so on, in AI adoption to be similar. This could mean that regardless of actual resources available, either you have 20% of your funding or you have 100% of your funding. At any of the university, they still acknowledge that the importance of infrastructural support for successful AI integration. And these are some of our recommendations from the sub-study. Investment in ICT facilities. Universities should implement professional development program. clear guideline should be established. Universities should collaborate with technological firm. Then public university should receive targeted government support. That is to ensure that students from low-income background receive same education. Now, in conclusion, we saw that the AI adoption in Uganda University is still at the early stage, but we hold a significant potentials. Key barriers, then and of course, funding. Those are also key things that is there. Then we also recommend the targeted investment, policy interventions, and also inclusive AI adoption strategy for all these. Now, there is no study you carry out that there are no limitations. And these are some of the limitations that we've listed. We saw that the study only focused on few universities, and these limits have a limited generalization or generalizability. And that also called for a nationwide investigation. Then also, the findings relies on self-reporting data. And that could also introduce possible response biases. I understand we understand what it meant by self-reported data. Then also, for future work, we say there should be a kind of a track adoption, research work over how they've been a kind of a longitudinal research that will take a longer time to see how the adoptions had really worked. Then we also say that ethical implication of AI in Uganda University, they still need further investigation. Now, before I conclude finally, I kept hearing several persons talking about ChatGPT, good, bad, students should not use. Actually, there is a section in ChatGPT where you can actually customize, meaning you can upload all your resources, upload it there, customize it, and send it as a link to your student to be using. And the algorithm in the ChatGPT will actually be processing limited you or your students to what you've actually uploaded in. So, and that helps a lot in the area of ethical issues. So I think I will want to end there, and these are some of my references which are listed up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael, for keeping from what they have discussed. Where is our other microphone? Someone to take, there is a hand, yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm Dr. Serwanga Jamil, the Vice Rector in charge of Academic Affairs, Islamic University in Uganda. I want to thank the presenters, the three of them. I picked interest in the presentation by Dr. Rebecca, and I just wanted to ask her whether, or maybe after here, we could extend the discussion and probably the investigation to see the level of resistance and how it could be correlated to the age of the instructor, and also probably the time that the instructor graduated for his or highest level of education. I felt so much concern as in charge of academic affairs that up to this time we have that level of resistance. What could be even the remedies? Can we have some kind of affirmative action and reprimands to see that everybody gets a positive attitude towards AI? Then to Dr. Adelani, thank you very much. I hear you calling for support towards government universities. I don't know where you put the other side of the private universities, because we are here and it's a cross-section of stakeholders, and the government was here yesterday in full and it is still here. When we hear that we are calling for support for only government universities, I feel that private universities should also be put on the checklist to see how we can get support from government and promote AI. Thank you. I submit.
Let's have another one, then at least 3 people, then they can respond. We can get another set.
Thank you. My name is Charles Erieny. My question is to Mr. Sekalala, the first presenter. And the question is on about the skills. You talked about RAG. Is RAG a guide to prompting, or if it is not, are there specific guidelines how you can prompt these AI tools so that you can get the right response? Because how you ask it determines what you get out of it. Thank you.
Okay, I hope the panelists, you are noting. Another one before they respond, there is someone here.
Thank you. My name is Mabilis Vincent, Kawara University. My question goes to Mr. Imran, specifically about the skill sets that we need. He talked about the technical skills and the domain specific. From the little experience I have in machine learning, I realize that most of the disciplines are on the receiving end. They consume what has been developed, except the computer scientists who are always building these models. And yet these models, the accuracy of these models requires the knowledge of the specific domain. For example, agriculture, health, and others. Now, my question, how best or what can be done to optimize or to improve or to bring on board these other domains, especially in universities? Is it high time that universities consider multidisciplinary research assessment projects where a student in business collaborate with a student in agriculture and computing? They contribute on the same project and they be assessed on that same project so that we can have that subject domain skills brought on board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The person who has the microphone, there are 2 gentlemen here. Since they are near to you, let them be the last one in this cohort, then they can respond. We go to another cohort.
Mine is the short one. By the way, I'm Mwalimu Musheshe from African Rural University, Kagadi. I've been struggling with my colleagues here to find a definition in their vernacular. AI. I asked them Nyoro, said I have no idea. I asked them Gisu, they have no idea. I asked Machiga, so what is artificial intelligence in our local language? Someone was saying that even they have interpreted in the local language. What is it in Runakitara? Help me. That would be my takeaway.
That's a good one. What is AI in our local languages? Okay.
My name is Kafero, Vice Chancellor of Bugama University. I want to thank the presenters for the empirical studies presented. One of the takeaway I picked from the three presenters is the ethical concern which we have observed. I tend to think that could it be that we are lagging behind as far as CBC, competence-based curriculum is concerned in Africa? Could this be the reason why we are so concerned? Because when you think of the Bloom taxonomy, your teachers know, we are still at the lower ladder, memorizing, cramming exams, you know. We have not moved up to discovery, to let students explore. When we are worried, you know, we are timid because we want them to pass these final exams. Could that be the reason? I wanted to ask the young man from who schooled in California, what is your experience out there? Are teachers still timid about these ethical issues as far as AI is concerned? Please, I'd love to hear your experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear presenters, the floor is yours. We shall move like this. Make it quick because we want people to give you more feedback.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful that I'm going to receive another co-researcher, and I welcome your suggestion. I think we shall team up for this. Indeed, I want to let you know that down there are those who are still not in the know of the AI. Like I narrated my small story that I used to fear to touch the computer, even connecting the wires. But there was someone somewhere whose shoulder I lean on and made me appreciate and like. I'm telling you, you even go to these institutions and you find that the teacher is just hearing news. Not everybody is really exposed. So there is a lot for us to do down there to support our people, to see that they are on board. So I welcome Dr. Serwanga. I think we shall team up before lunch, and we take it to another level. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir, for the question, trying to say funding also for private university. Yeah, of course, there should also be funding for private universities, but however, I want us to note this. We have the private universities, they have, including the public, I believe there is a regulator. But however, though we didn't study that, we didn't take that into consideration while we are carrying out the research. No, we do understand this kind of scenario that public is also the people in the regulator. Then we have the public university. Then we have the private. It's just an assumption. It's not a clear fact that there might be a kind of a harder line for you to have your university chartered. You must meet this, you must meet this, you must meet this for the private. And just like I've said, it's just an imagination that while going to the public, they might be lenient because two of us, we are public, and they might say, we are still waiting for budget allocation. And because of that, they try to relax the kind of skill which they might want for them. So that was why we could see, though we didn't study that in our work, we could see that because of that, we noticed the private were actually doing well because they have enough infrastructure, they have enough funding. If I don't have enough money, then I won't go into private university. If the regulator has said, we want your lab to be fully equipped for forensic analysis, definitely, as a single man, I will. And going to the public, they can tell you, mark my word, I'm still just an assumption. They can still say, we are waiting for budget allocation. This is public university. It's for you and I. So with that, we didn't study that, but I think that might be happening. So that was why this particular work stated that there must be greater funding for public than what? The private. So, but for other things, you can see them written in the research work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those who asked the questions. I'll respond quickly. To the person that asked about RAG, it is an AI tool, basically an LLM, a large language model that has certain tools attached to it, the ability to query and select for files and text and sift through text. And it's a method of using an LLM, one of many that can be deployed. Prompt engineering, aside, which is a bit different from RAG, because RAG, I think, involves like the retrieval of information. Prompt engineering is the design of asking an LLM the right questions to get the right answers. And that's a field that's emerging and being taught. But it's also just something that you can ask the LLM. So if there's something that you're curious about, you can prompt the LLM on the best way to ask the question for it to give you the best response. And in that way, it's, yeah, it adds to its usefulness. The second question was about the technical versus the domain-specific skilling. And I think in whichever area of research, collaborations are necessary and highly beneficial for creative outputs. And I think it can vary from case to case. It will depend on the particular field or domain and the goal. If the research is qualitative or if it's quantitative, will it involve particularly a computer scientist, an agriculturalist, and a business student? If there is any modeling required, and if so, what are the variables? And so the person that is particularly studying agriculture might have an understanding of those particular variables. The business student can translate that into a case, a particular business case, and the computer science expert can also turn that into the model and aiding with the modeling of the particular area. So I think collaborations are necessary and invited. And to the last question about whether teachers are timid on the use of AI abroad, from my experience, I think round about the time that I graduated, my final year, is when ChatGPT just came out. And I think at that time it was spewing very like random things. And so it wasn't like the most useful for using in class. It was kind of a fun, interesting thing to query and see what came out. It was more, I think, the transition to online during COVID, particularly in the humanities, there was some pushback, but the maths and sciences, the staff were ready for the transition. But my understanding and from my work experience there, I think the adoption is, I think, similar as everywhere. There is, I think, pushback or hesitancy because of the risk of plagiarism, being unable to cite your sources, or to actually show genuine understanding of the content. And so I think that's, the one sort of thing to keep in mind. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, because it is now 10 minutes past 1, and yet we have another session in the afternoon, and so many people are going distant places from here, allow me to recognize the contributions of the people online, such that we can give them a chance, and then once we respond to those, we can close this session, but we can continue with the interactions over lunch. The people online, from online, Robert Ngovi says, Uganda's higher education system is at a pivotal moment with AI adoption. While the government continues to deliberate on regulations, the informal sector, students, educators, and institutions is already using AI tools like language models, data analytics, and automation. And so on. So what is the question? We are already behind the curve. The longer we delay, the harder it will be to undo harmful norms. Okay, thank you, Robert, for that. I will sample maybe Willie. Data security and validity are key, especially when it comes to research. What are we going to do to authenticate the data and its security? Anyone who would like to respond to that? Data authentication. Then the last one, let me go to Birungi. Good afternoon, dear presenters. How should students of higher institutions of learning utilize AI in the learning process? Especially, specifically, should lecturers allow students to use those tools, e.g. ChatGPT, to do coursework and develop research proposals? Let's take those two. We are bad off in terms of time. Yes, please. ChatGPT, okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, concerning the ChatGPT, I want to take us back years when we had the internet. And actually, internet wasn't actually developed for everybody. Yeah, it was developed specifically for something. So the architecture was not there for the internet, but people were using it. It came to public, people were using it, and there was a call then. Internet was not regulated. This was not regulated. And all of a sudden, we ceased from talking about that. And it was like people were saying, oh, you go to Google, you copy. You Google, you copy. But now you are now hearing people go to what? To ChatGPT to copy. ChatGPT to copy. The next thing that will come will be bigger than ChatGPT. And already it's coming. We call them agents. Agent AI. Now going to that ChatGPT, using it for proposal or whatever, I will not stop my student from not using it. Use it. But however, the critical thinking, the critical things there, the critical knowledge is what we should now look out for. don't let us discourage students from not using it. Because if they don't, in future, they will blame us. You can imagine if you have discouraged your students from not using internet those days. Imagine what will be happening now. And just like I've said, ChatGPT has come to stay, and people must use. Now, ChatGPT also comes with a section that you can customize. Yes. As a school or as a university, you could customize the ChatGPT. You could upload all your materials there. You could limit all the students to use that particular ChatGPT. You could configure your router that once students type ChatGPT, it takes them to the school site for the ChatGPT. And there you have all your materials where students can now interact with. And it will limit them from going out. That is what I think we can do. But as a lecturer, I won't stop my students from not using. Because once you go there, you're also learning. But I would discourage you from copying word to word from ChatGPT. It's there just for you to read and build on your own knowledge. I think that is what I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, let us give a very big round of applause, and we thank these members. I've been your host for this session. Please be informed that we have another session in the afternoon after lunch, and that session is session 3. It will be about revolutionizing curriculum design, teaching, and assessment through artificial intelligence in higher education. So please don't miss. It is going to be chaired by Professor Pius Achanga, the Vice Chancellor, Mountains of the Moon University. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hand over to our MCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, the chair has taken over my role of announcing the next session. I have no job. But one thank you, Chair, one thank you, panelists. I think they deserve a bigger clap. We also want to thank Dr. Nora, who was in charge of this session since morning. We don't take it for granted. Another clap. Wow. We are going in for lunch, and we are trying to redeem time. We are already late by 17 minutes. But I think I saw them when they're serving, they're a bit faster. Lunch is in the restaurant where we had. But before that, we are going to take a group photo. And it will be at the stairs as you go to the hotel. When we get out, when at the stairs, before you go for your lunch. And I think that's it is. Who is religious, who can bless our lunch? Professor Kafero, you can bless our lunch? Okay. By the end of this session, we shall all qualify to be experts in artificial intelligence. And as someone says, Professor Musheshe asked whether we know it in our local language. I think researchers must be thinking about it. We going for this session, and allow me, as the earlier chairperson had said, to introduce the chairperson of this session, Professor Pius Achanga, who is the Vice Chancellor of Mountains of the Moon, one of the newest public universities. And before that, we were privileged to work with him at the National Council, and he left at a level when he was a Director of Quality Assurance and Accreditation. And most of us know him. We know his contributions and his works. He doesn't need any other further introduction. VC, you can come and take this seat.
Yeah, you can take a seat, put your books, then you can come and speak and invite the speakers.
Excuse me, Master of Ceremonies. I need to consult for a second. No, this is what you said. No.
Wow.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Arthur Babu Muguzi. The Executive Director of National Council for Higher Education, Professor Mbarara Municipality. Allow me to recognize dignitaries and all the delegates that are in attendance, and also I will seek for your indulgence that I ride on the protocol which you might have defined in the morning. I am reliably informed that this session, as you see from the program, will be discussing artificial intelligence. And the thematic topic is revolutionizing curriculum design, teaching and assessment through artificial intelligence in higher education. You and I know since yesterday when this conference proceeding commenced, we were taken through the helicopter view philosophy context from the policy frameworks of what is required, and I think that was discussed in very detail. We also presented and discussed the pros and cons of why AI should be adopted in our higher education institutions, issues of infrastructure, tools and skills. And I want to believe now, as we end the day, it is necessary that this very session, it is the take home. Because when Professor Mbarara Municipality as ED has made all these grandiose policies, there's infrastructure in our universities, it is now our role, the implementers in the university, to ensure that we have curriculum which are well designed and that we teach properly using these tools. We assess our students through this emerging context of the AI. So I want to believe that the presenters that we have will take us home, give us now drive time. One of the first speakers is online, Dr. Joyce Nakatumba. She will be presenting, our topic is leveraging AI in support of teaching and learning and research in higher education. And allow me to say something briefly about Dr. Joyce. She is a senior lecturer and head of department at AI Lab at Makerere University. She holds a PhD in computer science from Heidelberg University, and she has done so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first presenter, Dr. Joyce Nabende Nakatumba, who I'm reliably informed will be online. How I wish if she's online, her face is projected if that was possible, if she's not appearing here, but I leave that to the organizers to see whether that works. The second speaker this one. And the next speakers, allow me invite Dr. Rose Nakasi. Dr. Rose, I'm told she's in attendance. Dr. Rose Nakasi. Dr. Cosmos, am I in order to state that she's also going to be online? As she's representing her? Okay, so there's a representative, but what we know is that Dr. Rose is an accomplished artificial intelligence research scientist, and I want to believe the gentleman you brought here has had that transition in terms of delegating what has been given to him. That's my belief, and then perhaps possibly you'll give me, you allow me to introduce him as well. The next speaker is someone I know quite well, Ivan Muchibi, a seasoned data expert with a very extensive experience in the work of artificial intelligence. Not only does he support academic work, but also he has hands-on experience. Ivan Muchibi, please take the floor. So as the three take up their seats, I have Dr. Rose represented here, then I have Mr. Ivan Muchibi. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join me in welcoming the three presenters that we are going to have for this session. I know after lunch it's always a struggle, but I want to believe that these are very exciting topics that we will be engaging in. If you're a university in the house, if you're industry, and if you're a regulator, or anyone else interested in artificial intelligence, I think this is the most focused session that we should pay attention to. The issue of curriculum design, because this is the eventual products that will get out of AI. So without further ado, allow me, as I'm guided, to perhaps start with those who are in the house and then migrate to the lady online. So I will start with Dr. Ivan Muchibi, if you're ready to come and be the first presenter. And Ivan will be talking about innovative approaches for revolutionizing curriculum design, the teaching methods, and assessment practices. Sir, the floor is yours.
All protocols observed. I'm glad to be here to do this presentation, and hopefully by the time I'm done, I can also add to what the other presenters have been presenting about the topic. Thank you. So as introduced, I'm Ivan. I've been working in the data space for nearly 15 years. And currently, I work as an AI advisor with GIZ and also a corporate trainer with Eastbert University. So as the slide says, we are going to be looking at innovative approaches for revolutionizing curriculum design, teaching methods, and assessment practices through AI. Now, the overview. I think as we draw close to the end of this conference, Most of us will have heard of AI, curriculum, assistance. So the trend is similar. So I'll be adding to what has already been said. So we've already come to a conclusion that AI is reshaping education and enabling personalized learning. So we are going to focus on how AI can be used to revolutionize curriculum, design, teaching approaches, and assessments. And the objective is to explore innovative strategies. How can we utilize AI to achieve our goals? Now, if you look at this slide, most of the tools that you are seeing on the screen have been mentioned before. And the reason why I'm putting them on the page of acknowledgements is, in this day and age, many times when you are preparing to do a presentation, these are tools that some of us tend to use. Personally, as I was preparing for this presentation, I used some of these tools. Now, at the bottom, we have Google Search. I think one of the presenters mentioned that in the 90s, people were wondering whether to allow people to search on Google. Now it is a norm. Whichever profession you are in, most times you'll do a Google search. And the rest are tools that have come up of recent. So we have ChatGPT, Perplexity. Any work that you are doing, you can brainstorm with ChatGPT as your partner. And preparing for presentations is not any different. We have Midjourney. So in my presentation, I have some images. I use the tool to generate those images. Designer. We use PowerPoint, and we've been using PowerPoint for a very long time. But are you aware that AI is built into PowerPoint? That you can adjust your presentations based on the recommendations that PowerPoint is giving you. DeepSeek, the new kid on the block that has shaken how large language models are being developed. Then Grammarly. Many times as we are doing presentations, we end up typing quickly. And as you type, sometimes you can make grammar mistakes. So how do you improve the speed at which you're working to check for grammar? So you have tools like Grammarly. And the keyword here is tools. It is just a tool that you can use to make you efficient in whatever you do, irrespective of the field. So the key areas are curriculum design, teaching methods, assessment practices, skilling and upskilling. There are many other areas that we could look at, but for today I think we'll focus on these, which more or less are the key. What would be the benefit of inputting this in our day-to-day education? Improved student engagement, which currently takes a lot of effort to achieve. Enhanced learning outcomes. At the end of the day, institutions are there to ensure that we have enhanced learning outcomes. Then streamlining administrative processes and faster decision making. Now I want you for a minute to look at these statistics on the screen. What are students using AI for? Now the first one is writing help. 75.2%. Now, these statistics may not necessarily be for Uganda, but they are indicative of what is happening in the education sector. And Uganda is not isolated from that. We have homework, 69.5%. Academic resources, 49%. Solving math problems. Now, usually before, calculators were the norm. But you see there's generally a shift from the handheld calculators to AI platforms. Now, this slide gives us an idea that if you are an educator, you should be knowing that your students are using these tools. Now, if your students are using them, where does that leave us when it comes to imparting knowledge? Are we going to lay back and say, well, AI doesn't affect me, or continue, doing things as usual? I guess not. If 75.2% of the students are writing with the help of AI, it impacts that we, as the knowledge givers, also look at how these tools can be used to enhance education. Because the people we are imparting knowledge to are already using them. Now, I want you to look at this slide, and this slide should give you an idea of how fast this industry is moving. So this is just from January to March. And remember, I've just picked a few large language models, and the list is not in any order. It's a random order. But between January and March, we've had enhancements and new bundles being released. Now, if you go back to the 75% figure that we saw, if we go back to the 75% figure that we saw, that students are using these language models to write, this is what they're using. And these students are keeping pace with all that is happening in this space. Students interact. If you give an assignment to a student, they'll go and use ChatGPT. And they'll tell their friend, you know what? I used this tool, and this is what I got. There are some concepts I didn't understand in class, but right now, I think I understand this concept much better. Now the other student will tell them, have you tried DeepSeek if you're using ChatGPT? No, I haven't. Please try, because it has XYZ advantage. And as an instructor, if you're not keeping pace, then there's a challenge. Now, when it comes to curriculum design, what would be the advantages of using AI? Now, most of what I'm going to mention has already been mentioned, but we have personalized learning paths. Now, currently, in most institutions, we usually have a one-size-fits-all approach, where, you prepare something. If you have 40 students or 50, that's what you present. But some students learn faster than others are slow, and others are usually maybe knowledgeable on a subject that you're going to present. So how would AI improve in this particular space? Let's take an example of an English course. So you have 50 students, and you're going to present English. So you have reading, writing, comprehension skills. What AI could do, and this is applicable if you have a learning management system. So most of the things that we are talking about cannot be implemented in isolation of a learning management system. I think one of the presenters mentioned they were able to track dropouts, but through the learning management system. So what the AI would do is it would use these skills to identify proficiencies and improficiencies of the students who are attending this session or answering questions through your learning management system. And based on that, it would be able to tailor the content based on how students are interacting with the course material. So you don't have a one-size-fits-all. If a student is good in writing, then maybe they'll get more content in reading and comprehension. So the content is adjusted based on the interaction of the student. Then we have intelligent content development. So when it comes to intelligent content development, still, I'll use the example where you have a large learning management system. With a few prompts, you can develop a curriculum with visual aids, video, and all that. Now, there are some students who can learn well with text only, but there are students who can learn much better with visual aids. So a combination of these can make your curriculum enhanced for your audience. In addition to that, these systems can be revised, or they can revise content based on general performance of your students. So for example, in the first case we said personalized development, but also we have general development. It could be that a given subject was not well presented and students maybe didn't perform well for one reason or the other. So now what the AI would do, it will adjust the content based on general performance. Then we have real-time feedback. So we've already heard before that AI tools can be used to assess ACEs, multiple choice questions, which have been there for a long time, assignments. So let's take an example of an English composition course. So you have grammar, punctuation, spelling, vocabulary, etc. So depending on how students are doing on the composition course, the AI will easily identify where a student is lacking and give them immediate feedback. You know, you don't have to wait for a week before a teacher gets back to you after they've marked your composition to see where you're lacking. So this immediate feedback improves on learning. Then we have emerging technology integration. Now, we have AR, VR. These tools can be included in our curriculums to enhance learning. So for example, you may not need to take your students to a given location where you have to, pay for tickets and all that. If you have the money, well and good. But there are students who cannot afford. So what happens to those that cannot afford? Can they still have a visual impression of these locations using VAR technologies? So those are some of the ways in which AI can improve curriculum design. Then we have teaching methods. Tutoring systems have been mentioned over and over again, but I'll give an example of programming. So when I was doing programming, when I was learning programming when I was pursuing my degree, I would write a program and, I would have to wait for the lecturer to go through my code and advise me on where I'm lacking or how my code could be improved. But right now, if I log on ChatGPT and I just type, act as my intelligent tutor, using a programming language, maybe Python for example, I will get feedback on everything I'm doing and different ways within which I can improve. So I don't have to wait for my teacher to give me feedback, who could be busy, by the way, for a week or two. But here the feedback is instant. Then adaptive instructional strategies. So this is one of the techniques for personalized learning. So these AI systems can diagnose a person's performance and generate a baseline for a student and also identify gaps. And based on that, adjust the content that this student is able to receive. So almost similar to feedback. Then we have virtual classrooms. Now imagine a student in Karamoja who, for one reason or the other, does not have access to the institutions we have, maybe in Kampala or Mbarara. If they could have access to an e-learning platform, how much would that improve their life? Then we have teacher empowerment. Now, many times teachers have repetitive tasks. If you usually do mock exams at the end of a semester, you know how tedious that is. Now, what if these tools could help you do the marking and you concentrate on other tasks that could enhance imparting of knowledge? It gives you more time to have a one-on-one with the students, without which it's usually hard. Like I said in the beginning, I would usually write a program and then I would wait for 1 or 2 weeks to get feedback on the program that I've written. So, teacher empowerment. Now, when it comes to innovative assessment practices, I think we all agree automated grading systems. One presenter mentioned that in the early days, we would not allow students to hand in typed assignments. Students would write. But if a student is writing, it's difficult to use some of these some of these tools. For example, OCR systems, optical character recognition, where you have an AI model that picks text from a PDF or an image. So if you want to implement that in your institution and students still have to write everything, it becomes very hard. Some students have handwritings that even you as a person marking exams find hard to understand. So with automated grading, if your students type assignments, for example, it is easier to pick text from every assignment and do automatic grading. Then we have predictive analytics. I think this was mentioned. If you want to find the reason why you have dropouts, or if you want to predict potential dropouts, it is much easier if you have a learning management systems where students interact, do exams, and all these things. So usually students who drop out may have similar patterns. Then dynamic assessments. Many of these tools that are currently available will adjust assessments based on how the student is performing. So for example, if I log into a system and I'm doing an exam, so the first few questions usually gauge the student's performance. And based on the performance of the student, the exam is adjusted. Either more difficult questions are presented or less difficult questions to cater for the different students that we have. Now, all these things that we are talking about, AI, have an ethical impact. And AI, as you might know, has biases, and there's a lot of consideration to be made as far as data privacy is concerned. And the reason is you have student information. Now, if you write an API that picks data from ChatGPT, are you going to send personally identifiable information to these tools? Student name, age, maybe where they're from, etc. Definitely not. So, as we implement AI for assessment, we really need to consider that. So what are the challenges in implementing all these? So we have lack of infrastructure, which has already been mentioned. So as people who are gathered here, are we only going to say lack of infrastructure is a challenge? How do we address it? Are there ways that maybe the regulator can lobby the government? The regulator can lobby the government maybe to decrease on the amount of taxes for, let's say, servers. Because even for private institutions, it's quite costly. And if we say AI needs to be the norm, and it's still costing us to bring this infrastructure here, I think we still have a challenge. Then we've looked at ethical concerns, which I will not repeat. Resistance to change, I think it has already been mentioned. But when it comes to resistance to change, I think all of us should look at AI as a tool. If I'm a carpenter, I may choose to use a hammer, ordinary hammer that we've been using for quite some time, or I may choose to use an electric hammer. So would I say, I don't want to use an electric hammer because, you know, that's new technology. So educators need to look at it from that perspective. Then the other challenge is these tools need retraining. There's what we call data drift and model drift. So over time, our environments change. The quality of data changes. And with that, our models become less accurate. So they need to be retrained. What are the best practices? I think I'll just dwell on one, strategic planning. As you've seen, there are so many areas where you can apply AI. Now, when you want to delve into implementation of AI, you need to be very specific. What do you want to implement, and why do you want to implement it? So are you trying to improve student engagement? Are you trying to figure out why you have many dropouts? Are you trying to improve personalized learning? Or are you trying to enhance content? So you would first need to define what you want to achieve. You cannot do all the things at once. Otherwise, you'll have an endless project. Then the others is collaborative development, capacity building. I think those have already been mentioned, so I will not delve into them. So what is the future direction of AI in education? We've seen integration of emerging technologies, using generative AI for content. We need to develop ethical guidelines, and then leveraging predictive analytics for institutional decision making. So these are some of the things that the future holds as far as AI is concerned. Now, I want to look at two use cases. One is Coursera. Coursera is the pioneer e-learning platform that we have. And within Coursera, there's a lot of AI that has been implemented. For example, we have Coursera Coach. It's a virtual assistant. It already has an AI-assisted course building platform for those who engage with Coursera. And then it has automated translation. Remember, Coursera is used worldwide by people from different backgrounds and languages. So with the translation feature, I may not be an English speaker, and I'm a Spanish speaker, but I can still utilize this platform. Now, at ISBAT, we have implemented a simple tool for argumented quizzes. So usually, you as a lecturer, you prepare a module that you're going to present. Now, this module is recorded, so you have a video. Now, if I have a video, I'll upload the video on the system that we have, the management system. That video produces a transcript. So you have a tool like Otter AI, which does translation. Now, once it's translated, I have an API that forwards the script to a prompt like ChatGPT. Now, what does the script generate? It generates a structured JSON output with a couple of quizzes from the prompt. Now, this JSON is dumped into a database, Postgres for this matter, and from there, these quizzes are available to students. Now, if you are to do that manually, it would take you a very long time. So with this, lecturers at ISBAT are able to argument every lesson with a quiz with this simple process. Now, it doesn't come without challenges. So for example, you might upload a script, it doesn't have course ID. Maybe the instructor asked wrong questions within the duration of the course. When you are sending a prompt to ChatGPT, there is hallucination and all that. The transcript could be long. So it has its own challenges, but it improves imparting of knowledge. And I think I would like to end there with that use case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I request that we give a more louder applause for this. It's been very intense. I have listened, and one thing I've taken away from this is that there's something for every student based on their individual performance and ability. If you're developing an artificial intelligence curriculum, there is the possibility, if I got you right, Mr. Muchibi, that you can tweak this to meet the needs for all the students. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now invite the next speaker, Dr. Rose Nakasi, who will be presenting. My apologies, I withdraw. The next is Dr. Joyce Nabende Nakatumba, who ought to have been the first speaker, but we had a glitch. So she will be speaking to us, as I stated earlier on, leveraging AI in support of teaching and learning and research in higher education. Dr. Joyce Nabende is online, and members of the Secretariat, if it is possible, please let her take the stage. And I also invite you to welcome her once she appears so that we can give her a receptive
thank you very much for the introduction. Just allow me to share my screen. Thank you. Sorry. Please let me know if you can see my screen and if it's the full screen mode. Hello? Hello? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, perfect. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to give a talk today at the conference. And I know that there's a lot that has already been said, and I don't really want to maybe repeat all the content from the different talks. So I'll try as much as possible and scope my talk to the title of the presentation, which is leveraging AI in support of teaching and learning and research in higher education. But before I get started, I just want to talk about where I come from. That's Makerere University at the Center for AI and Data Science. We have a vision on building our AI solutions and AI research for accessible solutions. And we do this while trying to impact and solve real-world problems. And this is very critical for us because as we place ourselves at the university, it's critical that we are able to do research. We're able to build capacity by training MSc and PhD students, and then translating whatever we are building for impact through research, translation, and collaboration. And that's really the focus of what we do at the Center of AI and Data Science. I just thought I would mention some of the work that we do, although not directly related to AI in education, but I believe that we can easily be able to translate and build AI systems ourselves in the education space, because I know that there's a lot that has been said, or a lot that I will say, which is really about tools that are coming from the global north. But even us as researchers on the continent and in Uganda in particular, we can be able to go ahead and build AI systems that we can tailor for our context, because we understand the context, we are in the environment, and that is very important for us. The data sets are also coming from our context. So we've mainly done work in 4 broad areas of our research focus, which is health, where we've done, and we're still working on building deep learning models for health using image and clinical data sets on different disease presentations like cancer, maternal health, and mental health as well. We've also leveraged machine learning and AI to build work around language technology. And this is, I think, very critical in the education space because I think the previous speaker talked about the translation that is in Coursera. And this can really be downstream to the languages that we have in Uganda. Can we be able to build out translation models that can understand our local languages? And we've built work here around the speech coopera, but also on downstream applications for models like automatic speech recognition, text-to-speech machine translation, and also understanding sentiments. And this can really broaden out into the education sector. We've also built and done work in agriculture, where we work very closely with experts at the National Agricultural Research Organization on image phenotyping for disease detection, sensory attributes, prediction, and also building, low-end tools, for example, for smallholder farmers to get agricultural advisory in their local languages. And also part of the work that we have done together with Project AirCo at Makerere University is around air quality monitoring and greenhouse gas estimation. And as we all know, as we are doing AI, it's important that this is done in an ethical and responsible manner. And so really that's the ethos. So we try and do our work, making sure that we do it in an ethical and responsible manner. So I think this slide, we've kind of seen it over and over again. We know that AI is here, it's here to stay, and it really has the potential to reshape teaching and learning. And this is really becoming apparent from all the different case studies and projects that are being presented at the conference, from personalized instruction to automating administrative tasks. It really has the potential to enhance educational outcomes and to empower educators like I to better aid our students, because I come from a teaching institution. And so these are things that I'm also trying to understand and leverage to empower my students. So I just thought I would bring back this slide. It's really just a general term because it's AI, but I know we all now are dwelling into AI because Gen AI is the trending thing right now. Everything is around Gen AI, but it's just important to understand the full spectrum of the models, because we start with AI, we go into machine learning, deep learning, and then definitely go to Gen AI, because Gen AI is really has the capacity to generate content like text, images, and code, or input, music, so much more. I think we've seen several examples of models. I won't spend too much time explaining what these models are. Yeah. So my talk is really around what are the opportunities for AI? Where can AI be used to empower teaching, learning, research, and assessment? And I add with it, talking about AI, if we want it to be adapted in education, it's not just picking tools and using. We really have to do this in an ethical manner. So with integrity, it kind of speaks to that little arm of ethics that's very critical as we adopt AI tools in the education space. So AI in education, I think Ivan has given a great talk of different examples where AI can be used. Increasing accessibility, I feel like this is like the main thing. We're here in Uganda, we can be able to access different courses on Coursera. So yes, we can learn from anywhere. We can have personalized learning inside and outside the classroom. We've learned about personalized tutoring or personalized program, understanding different students and their learning capabilities. And how AI can be used to personalize and give them content that's tailored for them to learn, to understand, to catch up with everyone. But most importantly, when we talk about AI, people are always afraid of it's going to take our jobs, it's going to, take us out of employment. But I think it's a tool, as Ivan has said, and it's a tool that we have learned that is really helping us with just the tedious tasks. It's helping us, for example, to take away some of the time-consuming, some of the tedious tasks. And in education, it's like record keeping, grading, which can really be completed through AI automation. So we take it as a tool. It's aiding us to do things better, to do things faster as we are in education. So when I think through how this is an important opportunity for students, for learners, and this is something that we keep thinking about. Do we tell our students, should they use AI? Should they not use AI? but you know that they use AI. I give a course this semester, which is emerging trends, and I just had a class early morning, where of course people are talking about Gen AI, they talk about preparing content, about different emerging skills that are coming up in computing, and I am sure that my students, really, the content that they present was too good, and I'm like, I think they must have got it from ChatGPT, or they got it from DeepSeek. If ChatGPT doesn't give them what they want, they go to DeepSeek. And so this is something that, in my opinion, I think we might not fight, because students are actually using it. You're not there in their hotels, where they are, and they're actually using the tools. So I think it's for us to understand what are the opportunities that we can present to the students on how they can be able to use AI, and in particular, Gen AI. So for example, offloading skills that are not assessed, and this varies depending on one course to another. So if I look at a programming course that I would typically give to my undergrad students, maybe it's programming in object-oriented programming or Python, I want to consider things like around syntax, data structures, problem solving. I want them to understand the different libraries that they're going to use. And if I feel like, for example, in this case, writing is not a skill that I have to assess here, then I can offload some of those tasks. So tell the students to offload their writing skills, maybe to DeepSeek or to, I don't know, ChatGPT. But for critical things like thinking, like understanding the function of a program, understanding the output of a program, that is something where we still want to require them to use their brains, to think, to have that critical thinking instilled in them. But if we have skills that maybe are not necessary for a particular course, then those can be offloaded to, for example, Gen AI models. And then as a lecturer, for example, I don't have all the time in the world to attend to all the students. We have a very high student to teacher ratio in the country. So if I have to teach my students and they have assignments to do, I will not constantly be there to give them feedback. In the developed world, if you have one class, 250 students, you will have TAs, you'll have like 20 TAs behind your back, but that doesn't necessarily happen in our context. And then the students would want feedback. And so we think that with Gen AI, that this is a place where they could go for instant feedback on the assessments that they're working on the tools that they're doing, because their tools are available for them. If you write a code and you're stuck, before you could probably go to Stack Overflow and say, okay, I have this piece of code, I'm stuck, how can you help? But right now we have, several tools that you can actually use to help debug on your code. And I think this instant feedback on assessments that students are working on is something that they could leverage. Then the focus on the mastery-based assessment, as educators, we're always taught to move up the hierarchy of the Bloom's taxonomy. So that is not just memorizing, remembering, but you're having critical thinking, you're understanding, you're applying. And these are places where you can go for a model to be able to help you formulate an assessment that you can focus on, such that a student can concentrate on that higher level cognitive thinking and not just cramming as it has probably been. Then individual assessments, the learners can use the tools for individual assessments, for practice materials. And I think related to my earlier point, 24/7 tutors, the model will always be there, it will respond, it will be personalized to you. Sometimes when you go and you start to talk to the tool and you start to discuss with it, it kind of builds a persona around you. That's what we call them. And so it understands what you like, it understands the area of research that you're working on. It can be able to understand the things that you care about, such that when you come back, it will even start and say, oh, we were actually talking about this before you left. Do you want us to continue in the same direction? Do you want us to continue with the same ideas? Because it's a tutor that's available and it's building a persona. The more you work with it, the more it understands the things that you need as a student or as an educator from the models. And that's something that we can be able to leverage. And then for me as a teacher and for all the teachers listening in, I think AI really provides opportunities for us to redesign our courses. I think coming from a computing background, I have learned that things are not static. Our field is overly evolving. There's so many things that keep changing every single day. And so if I had material that I taught, for example, in 2016 and I'm in 2025, that doesn't work because there's a lot of content that has changed. There's so much research that's going on. There are a lot of papers that have been published out there. But the problem is to synthesize everything or to scrap the net and get everything or to attend all the conferences and get everything to help me better improve my course such that I can provide up-to-date content to the students is sometimes a challenge. But you can have, for example, Gen AI helping you to go out there, to gather the content together, to gather the papers that have research that's related to what you want to teach. And this can really help you to provide better content for the students that you're teaching in a particular course. Another opportunity is, of course, question generation. We always struggle with how do I formulate questions. I am part of the team where we always do what we call exam moderation. So you have to go through the exam to make sure it's okay, it matches the curriculum, the questions are up to date, and we can have models that can help you to, come up with better questions, better assessment. Again, remembering the Bloom's taxonomy, that we want to do better with the way our students are getting and applying the knowledge that we have taught them. Then the learning outcome revision that can help, assessment revision, the models can be able to help you, but even class activities, like I can go and tell ChatGPT or whatever generative AI model, I have this course, I have 1 hour, this is the content I want to teach, I want to have breaks maybe every 10 minutes, I want to have these assignments after this topic, can you generate for me a class activity? And you can be able to be helped, such that when you have a class, you don't have a class that's boring, you're just talking, you don't have interaction with the students, but you can have pauses, you can have places where you're asking questions, maybe a quiz, maybe a class discussion, such that there's more interaction between you and the students, especially when you have large numbers. It's very, very critical for you to have these class discussions that you can really assess, you can understand if students are grasping what you're teaching them in class. So ChatGPT and all the generative AI models can really help you in that area. So when we think about researchers, and I am one, I think it's very important that AI is leveraged throughout the life cycle of a research project, right from the time when you design your research to data collection, analysis, writing, presenting, disseminating your research information. You can be able to tap into your research life cycle and leverage different AI tools to help you come up with better results, better understanding, better analysis of your work. I think much of the work that we do in the lab is really to build out these models to help us with analysis of the data, to help us with tasks that we wouldn't have done if we hadn't relied on AI. And so it really, like machine learning, has the potential to really go through very large data sets, find patterns in the data, help you analyze this data, do predictions without necessarily focusing on a case study, but it can really help you to improve and quicken your task as a researcher. And I won't even go into specific tools here, apart from that last point, but from the analysis, I won't go into specific tools, but there are so many tools out there that really can help you synthesize your work, understand, gate key themes from the work that you're doing. For example, if you did a systematic literature review, but also most importantly is you don't want to rely on old literature. I think that's what we keep telling our students as you're doing your literature review, as you're finding academic papers, ensure that you get the most relevant and up-to-date research. And these generative AI tools can really help in that area to help search, collect, synthesize papers for you that are up to date. And I think I give some examples here. They're just 2 tools that I picked up. Again, I think we'll talk about the fact that many of them you have to pay, you have to have a license to access them. But I think they are really very good tools to help you in analyzing research papers, in synthesizing papers together, in coming up with your understanding of a literature review, building something for you together as a start, because it's a tool and that's the way we should take it. But there are tools really that can help you as a researcher to get started on your journey of formulating your research questions, but understanding the gap where your research is in line with literature and the published work. It's out there. So all these things are very, very exciting, and we know that they are good, but there are always barriers to change, both from the model side, but also from us in the university. And these are things that we have to take care of. And I think the first point here is really that we've all learned and we've all maybe had in the last 2 days around the model hallucinations. And that's a common word that people like to use. So they say models make, hallucinate, but I think they're not really hallucinating. They're making mistakes because models don't think, right? It's just a statistical, probability model that's out there. And if it sees that the next word it wants to predict is not available, it will just randomly guess and put anything there and make a mistake and make up something. At the beginning, I had a student who came to me and said, oh, I have gone to ChatGPT and I I wanted to look for papers related to the work that I have. And ChatGPT gave me these references. And she was like, but when I search these references in Google, they don't exist. In my head, I'm like, of course they should not exist. AI models are not to be trusted to do scientific work because of the training data sets that we have. There are probably at that point when ChatGPT was starting out, their history was, I think, limited in terms of the data that they had used for training the models. I know right now we have newer models like Gemini that are more linked to the internet and they can get newer references, but still with some of the models, there's limitation in terms of their training data sets, and that can impact the authenticity of the results that they are giving you. And so that's a question, of course, that we, I think, know by now that the context might not be correct. They might contradict each other. They might not be accurate. And these are the things that we have to take care of with Gen AI. And I think when you go to a model, it always tells you it's experimental. Do not trust. It's experimental. They are always putting those guardrails in place. And of course, it's because of the inherent nature of the LLMs. The data is not up to speed. It's not accurate. It's not current. And so that can be some of the things that maybe people might be afraid to use Gen AI models in education. Another barrier, I think now from our side as the higher education institutions and people who are in contact with the students is maybe times we have the lack of training and support. And time for the faculty to really rethink your pedagogy. Like what I said, if I have a lesson, it's 1 hour, I need to engage the students. I have this topic, this is an evolving topic. So the time it takes for me to go get new content, update my slides, think about all the assessments I'm going to have, if it's a 3-hour class, at what point do I break, at what point do I engage students? People don't have time to do that. And so there's always that problem of training, there's always the problem of time for us as faculty within our courses. And so people don't necessarily have time. And so they were like, I won't use the tools. I would rather just continue with the notes that I've been using since 2016 because they are my notes, they're close to my heart. I don't want to change. And yet now, with the way models are evolving, with the way content is coming up, there's a need for us to also be up to speed with the way we are thinking our pedagogy, because the students are actually using these tools and they will come and challenge you in class because they will probably know more than you do. And that will be a big problem for us as academics. The lack of focus on degree integrity. I know as universities, we're always trying to push out students and say, okay, how many have we graduated? You know, that's always the yardstick of, I had 20 PhDs, I had 60 masters, I had this bachelor's degree, but without necessarily focusing on how did we get those degrees? What did they use? Did we have people doing exams for them? Did we have people using ChatGPT? Did we have people not understanding the context, you know, things like that. So I think as universities, those are things that we need to think about around degree integrity, so that it's not just about the numbers that we graduated a high number of students, but it's about what these students can do. It's about how these students are leveraging these tools to help them in learning as we go along. Then for many of the universities, we have segmented or upset critical thinking. In terms of AI literacy, you still find people who are not embracing technology and just basic ICT. They're not embracing computers, they're not embracing technology. Now later on, we are saying, oh, by the way, we are now in the AI realm, and so we should start using AI. But yet, it's just a few people who are adopting it. And the thing about AI is that it has no boundary, it has no field. As you'll see, the work that we do in the lab, we'll do and work with an agricultural expert. We will work with a medical doctor. We'll probably work with a linguist who understands the language. So there's no boundary in terms of the domain in which AI can be used. And so as academics, we shouldn't shy away thinking, oh, my field is this biology. I don't really care about these tools. I shouldn't worry about them. I shouldn't use them. But your students will worry about them. Your students are using them. So if you come and you say, I don't know, I don't care, then that impacts the way you're teaching or the way the students are using these tools, because as a lecturer or as an academic, you're supposed to be on top and you're supposed to guide the students. And so I think the takeaway for us here is to really focus on the competency-based learning. If it's about cramming, students sometimes are found coming into exam rooms with phones, and they can, or even smart watches. Now we even have smart glasses, by the way, for people who don't know. There are smart glasses where you can just talk to a smart glass, you ask a question, and then your glasses can give you a response, and you can type in the exam, and no one would know you're actually doing that. So if your question is, tell me what a program is, tell me what a function is, if those are the questions that we are typically asking in a programming course, then we are really going to be left behind. And we'll have students, yes, who will pass, but who know nothing because they were only just cramming or asking the tools for the simple things and not ascending, as I said, around the Bloom's taxonomy. So really our focus should be on competency-based learning and teaching and assessing these tools and assessing critical thinking. As academics, we really need to rethink the way we are doing our classes in the age of AI. So what are the major implications in education? We have academic integrity. Students are using the tools. They can, give them an assignment. They won't think, they will just type, get the answer, bring it back to you. So you who's assessing, how are you able to tell that this is something that the student actually did or not? We really have to rethink the way we are assessing the courses that we are teaching. Data privacy is important. Citation and attribution. I know for many of us who submit journal papers, the editor will ask, or the platform where you're submitting will ask, did you use AI tools? Tell us about it. It gets worse to the people who review papers nowadays. I'm part of a conference this year where we have over 8,000 submissions, and people are in the review process, which we are closing very soon. And our worry now is not that have we received all the reviews for all the papers? No, our worry is of these reviews that we have received, which one of those are AI generated? It's that bad, because now people don't have time. They'll just put the paper in ChatGPT and ask it, assess this paper, give me the strengths and the weaknesses and the future directions for the paper. And now we have to think, okay, is this such a review that you can give to an author who spent their time, creating this content and submitting the paper to your conference? So citation, attribution, how do we tackle that in the education space? These are many of the things that we have to think about. Copyright, intellectual property. I think the environmental impact here is really around the models themselves. As we're training the models, we all know they are large models. They need a lot of compute. They need a lot of electricity with our environment. How do we tackle that our models are not affecting the environment? I think what is critical here is around digital inequity, because we are saying, okay, let's do AI, let's have AI in education, but we are still grappling with basic things of internet, of electricity, of computers. There are still a population that don't use this, but we want to be able to jump and say, okay, let's start to use AI tools, let's start to use all these powerful technologies. So if we solve the gap of digital inequity, this will help us to move forward really quickly in not being left behind. This is a term, that's very, I think it's being said often, that we shouldn't be left behind in the AI space. Then of course misinformation
Dr. Joyce?
As well. Yes,
Doctor,
please, can you hear me?
You have 5 minutes to conclude, please.
Yes, I'm almost done. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I think I just had this scenario that I thought we'd look at, but I just thought I would just give some final closing remarks around the higher education institutions. One, around policies. Do we have policies in place for the use of AI, generative AI in education? I just picked some slides from some universities out there that have this, but I tried to do a search on our universities here and I don't see this, or we don't have this. So I think as educationists and people in this space, we really need to focus on how to regulate AI tools and come up with policies with these AI use policies, right? So if we are going to ban the tools, we need to know if we are going to allow them. We need to teach the students how to be able to use these tools ethically, because these are very critical and very important for us. So really, in conclusion, as educators, I think we need to develop a better understanding of the impact of AI on teaching, research, and learning, because the tools are here to stay. They're not going anywhere, and our students have access to them. And we need to have an understanding of what these tools are, to engage positively, critically, and ethically with the technology, but also with our students, because our students are using these tools. Are they doing it in an ethical manner? How is it impacting their learning? How is it impacting their understanding? These are all the questions that we have to think about to understand their potential in the different domains. So it's not that I am in health, I don't really care about AI, or I'm in geography, I don't really care. I think this is a tool or a platform that's really cutting across all the different domains in the higher education sector. And so we have to take this into consideration as we continue with our teaching. Yeah. So I think that's it. Thank you very much. I really look forward to the discussions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Joyce, you've had the intensity, I must appreciate. But I learned 2 things from you. Convenience of teaching students. Those who may miss could be slow in learning, slow learners. They can get back at time of convenience and then have this replayed. The second thing is the analytical capability for the AI in making research work very conducive in data analysis and other things. but there are many more things you talked about. And because you wish to move away, I would like to request that you could spend 5 minutes taking up 1, 2, 3 questions from the audience and any others posted online, and then we could release you before the next speaker comes. I've been informed that you have to run somewhere else. So the floor is open. Audience, you've listened. Dr. Joyce, Nabende, Nakatumba present with a lot of intensity, and I was listening and very alert. So could we then fire questions in terms of what you've listened, what you want to ask? Questions for Dr. Joyce, Nabende, but if you're thinking, let me break the ice. I enjoy this context of things that make life easy. Convenience. You miss lectures, you're a slow learner, it is protected somewhere, you come and get it. Don't you think that is going to make us robots? These students not come at all. Should we then have universities? So that's my question. I have a hand at the back there. Could you take the microphone, please? And your name, and then you could tell us your name and the institution you represent, then ask that question. And the direct question, please.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'm Dr. David Kaketo from Victoria University. Thank you, Doctor, for a nice presentation. You've mentioned something to do with the AI and the research, and I'm very interested in that field. So we agree that you can't actually stop students from using AI like the ChatGPT and whatever. We can't stop them. In an attempt to kind of benchmark with you and with that premier university, how have you managed this kind of, I don't want to call it, it's an approach, of course. So how do you go about students who engage, who make use of AI tools, because it's a tool actually, to help them think further or better? Because it's not a crime to use AI. So what is your take on students who conduct or who do their research using AI? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gakembo. The next question I'll take about 3, 4. If that's the second one from me, one from Dr. Gakembo. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Please, your name and the institution you represent.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Akugiziwe Edwin from Mountains of the Moon University. The question is just addendum to the previous question. So if we are allowing students to use ChatGPT, then should we, for example, allow them to reference that this material I used ChatGPT? Okay.
Thank you very much. One last one. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you so much, presenter. My name is Alubu Joseph from Kumi University. I have heard us having concerns with what we call plagiarism. But the fact is AI is able to generate different contents at different prompts. So how do we know that this content has been plagiarized? And yet if you ask that same question twice, or different students have asked the same questions, it will generate different content. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Joyce, I will now give you the opportunity to respond. And if you pick any other question online to give credence, and you could pick 1 or 2, if you can see any, I've been seeing popped up, then you could answer the 3 from us, 4 from us, and maybe 2 online. Please go ahead.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. I think those are very good questions. I think the first one around saying that we can have videos recorded, we can have material that's already out there, and then students can be able to miss lectures. I think for me, that is not right, right? we always have the approach, of course, of having a blended learning where you say, okay, students can be physical, or you can have the lectures online. But as an instructor, at least I don't think that I would want that for my students to miss that class, because I think the interaction that I have with them is very important, so that you can be able to understand and engage what you have taught or what you're teaching, if people are understanding. And sometimes it might be a bit hard for them to catch up. But I think we've seen, like, with online platforms that are out there, like Coursera, where people just go in and listen to recorded videos, and then the tools can be able to understand your learning pathways and give you recommendations on what to do. I think this is something that's inevitable, especially for platforms like Coursera or Udacity. But if it's a place where we are right now at our different universities, where students are expected to be in class, I think I would, more or less encourage that the students come and not miss the classes, because it's critical for their learning. And I mentioned that when you plan out your lectures better, you can really have more interactiveness with them in terms of quizzes, in terms of discussions. I think these are the things that we try to make our lectures maybe more interesting, that students don't miss sometimes, just to ensure that they come. So I think it's twofold, depending on the platform that you're using and depending on the context, but at least as we encourage them as much as possible to be there physically for the presentations and class. Then the next question was around AI and research. And we're saying that students, of course, will go and use these AI tools, will not stop them, but how do we assess them? I think for me, this is really around understanding. I try, for example, I know that the class loads can be very big, but having to have them make presentations, to have them provide you an understanding of what they're presenting or the reason why they came up with the answers that they have come up with. I think it's a way that you can be able to judge more thinking of the students, so that it's not just that I copied this, I put it here for you. It's up to you to take it up, but trying to be more engaged in their learning, more engaged in their understanding. When you give them practical projects and you're assessing them maybe every 2 weeks, they're presenting some part of the practical project that you have given to them, as much as they're doing and using generative AI, but I think, what are you assessing at the end of the day? Are you assessing their understanding? Are you looking at the code that they are presenting to see that step by step they can take you through the code, step by step they can understand the output of the code? I think as educators, these are things that we have to now start to look out for, that we are changing the way we are assessing. It's not that, oh, you've presented next, but you're going deeper, you're understanding, and you're asking them critically to look through what they are presenting to you to make sure that it's understandable, to make sure that they understand the reasoning as to why maybe the model gave them that output. I think we need to push ourselves, and that's the level where we need to be. And then I think around the referencing, should we allow them to reference? Should we say AI should reference? I don't think I can make a blanket statement on this, as I think I implored for the different universities that we should all try to come up with Gen AI guidelines, or guidelines on the use of Gen AI in education for assessment. I gave an example of a journal. When you have a journal and you're submitting a paper, they ask you, did you use Gen AI? You declare and say, I use Gen AI, maybe to help me edit the grammar, to help me improve these sections. You have to declare, and that's their rule as a journal when you're submitting a paper. But I think as universities also, or maybe in the courses, maybe we can start, if we're waiting for the universities, maybe we might not get there, but you can start as your lecturer. You set out your plan with your students at the beginning of the semester, and you tell them, this is what we are going to do, this is what we are going to, this is what is acceptable in my class, this is what is not acceptable. And then it's really entirely up to you, depending on the course or depending on the content, to see if students are allowed to use and reference AI or not. I think this is something collectively we need to start. It starts from us, but it also goes back to the universities and coming up with these policies on the use of Gen AI. Then the question around plagiarism, because AI generates different contexts. I think maybe those are two different things, yes. These models are statistical models. Every time you probe them, they will give you different things. I can use a different prompt, I will get something else. Another person could use that same prompt in a different tool, the model will give you something else. But that's different from plagiarism, where students really just go and lift text from a published article and put it in their article. I think maybe those are two different things. But when you read through our content that has come out of Gen AI, and if you're reviewing student work, you can actually tell that this work was not written by them, that this work really came from an AI tool. We had some students whose writing was, they were struggling to write and write. And then suddenly we read their paper, and their paper was, wow, very good. We're like, suddenly people's writing has improved. There was like a shift in the way they were writing. And then we asked them, please just tell us on a scale of 1 to 10, what percentage of this content was generated by Gen AI tools. And you can really tell, you know, and they showed us the log. It was the beginning where you could see the log in ChatGPT. You can see what they used it for, how they used it to write and improve their writing. Not that it's a bad thing, but I think we kind of need to have students to understand the implications of using these tools and to also acknowledge when they use these tools. I think that's critical, and maybe differentiate that from plagiarism, where we just lift content from a paper and use it. And we have tools right now, I think, that are out there that can be able to check for plagiarism, to check for AI content that's generated. Of course, that's a story for another time, because also the AI generated tools are not accurate. Yeah, there's a whole mix. I think this problem is not just a problem that we are grappling with here in Uganda. I think it's a problem that everyone in the education sector around the world is grappling with, around plagiarism, around, you know, should we reference AI? When should we not use AI? I think it's good that we're having these conversations now, and it will help us to think together as we go along. Then the question on the chat is around how can we ensure that AI tools are accessible and inclusive for all, regardless of their background or learning needs. I think I touched a bit of that in the presentation, saying that if we already have this digital divide that's there, and still people don't have access to basic things like phones, computers, internet, that with AI tools, this gap will just, you know, be exacerbated. It will just grow bigger and larger. So I think I can't give an answer saying that, you know, maybe we should advocate for policies to ensure that we have these digital technologies or digital tools in schools for our students, you know, setting up labs and places where these technologies are available, that there's, you know, internet connectivity, because this is already an underlying challenge, regardless of whether we're talking about AI tools. If we just look at ICT tools or ICT in places, it's a problem that has always been there. And so it's up to really us to try and understand these fundamental challenges, try and approach them holistically from different angles, from the Ministry of Education, from National Council, to make sure that these ICT tools are in place, such that when now AI is layered on, that it's not building that digital divide that's already there in the students based on their different backgrounds or learning needs. Yeah, so I think those are the questions I received. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap for Dr. Joyce, the Bende, who is now exiting. And I will now take the opportunity of inviting the next presenter, who has been delegated, rather, to represent Dr. Rose Nakasi, who is also an expert in artificial intelligence. The person is Solomon Nsumba, who is a researcher. He specializes in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and computer vision, among other things. Solomon, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Just waiting for the slides to come up. Yep. So the topic is adopting and implementing AI technologies in higher education setting. And I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Rose Nakasi, who couldn't be here. I'm a computer science PhD student at Makerere University. Also an AI researcher at the Makerere AI Lab and the Makerere AI Health Lab, and as well as a software engineer at Sunbird AI. Glad to be here. About the Makerere AI Health Lab, so we focus on building AI that can improve health outcomes or patient outcomes at the different centers around the country. And some of the work that we're doing is the Ocular Project, where we are looking at diagnosing malaria, tuberculosis, and cervical cancer. So what we do is collect image samples of blood smears across different centers, and then train models to be able to detect the parasites in the blood samples. So what you see here in green are the detections that were made by the model that was trained. And last week, we took out this tool for testing in the different centers. And interestingly, at some points it would detect the parasites well, better than the lab text. And then in other cases, some of them would be left out. So that gives us more work to go back in the lab and try to trick the model so that it's able to match the lab text. So just wanted to give context of the work that we do in the lab. I know this is AI in education, but this is some of the research that we do. So we've done this for cervical cancer as well. We have models that are able to detect cancerous cells within the cervix and other things. So for this presentation, we'll go through the outline for potential of AI in education, then we'll share current developments and issues, and then look at the future, what we can. So ways in which AI could impact higher education. So we have natural language generation. I think this has been talked about over and over again, using Gen AI to produce text. And I think in the earlier discussions, people were talking about how to use LLMs to get the best output from the LLMs. So broadly, I'll talk about a few things. So in prompt engineering, that's what you need to read about in case you want to be able to effectively use the large language models. So there's what we call zero-shot generation or learning, where you pass the LLM instructions. What's my name? Add for me 1 + 2. So that is zero-shot. At that level, all you're doing is passing on instructions. And then we go to what we call few-shot learning. So for few-shot, there you try to give it examples. Let's say you're doing sentiment analysis. You have maybe positive and negative. So as you are describing your prompt, you give it examples of what you want to get. Let's say bad is negative, good is positive, and then you ask your question for it to be able to generate for you that answer that you want. So that is few-shot prompting. Then the other level of prompting would be chain of thought. So beyond giving it the sentiment that you want, maybe positive or negative, you go ahead to tell it the thought process, how you came to a given answer. So when you prompt like that using the chain of thought prompting, it's able to give you more context and better answers. So I thought I would highlight some of the things in prompt engineering so that even you as a facilitator, when you're using these tools, you're able to know which levels to take for you to get better output of your text input. Yeah, so natural language generation is basically looking at producing text from computer data. And then, so what we imagine in education would be automatically generating assignment questions, course materials, and teaching resources, things that Dr. Joyce talked about. But you need to understand how to do the prompting of the LLM to be able to get better output. I hope that helps. And then speech recognition. So a lot of work has been presented from Sandbird, as well as other companies that try to do this transcribing and translating of different text. So transcribe and transform human speech into a format useful for computer applications. So what we imagine in education would be a case where you're able to support learners who find following conversations difficult because of hearing difficulties. And I think Ivan also presented something similar, that you're able to upload a video and then you can be able to get the transcriptions of that video to make sure that the learner is able to follow along. And as part of Sunbird's vision, I don't know vision, maybe 2040, having all the 40 languages in our, within Uganda, being able to translate from one language to the other. Imagine if you're teaching and then you have a class that has different, that has representations from different parts of the country. They can be able to follow the session if they can get transcripts for the different languages that they're comfortable in understanding the content. So that's in speech recognition. So being able to use speech as a tool to aid in education. Then virtual assistants. When you give assignments and you would like to mark them, but maybe you're incapacitated in how much time you have or bandwidth to give a response to each of the learners. So these virtual agents help you to give feedback to multiple students within a short period of time. For simple chatbots to advanced systems, so chatbots would be where you're able to interact with a system and then it gives you some kind of answer based on the reasoning that was programmed in there. And I think you've seen this being used in on different websites. When you want to apply for a degree program, you're able to interact with the chatbot and then it's able to go into the university programs. You can find out the fee structure or the program that you want to undertake. So I think as the beginning step for different universities would be to have these chatbots available for the audience that you are targeting. So students being able to interact with the chatbot and getting information that they need for a particular course, or for parents that want to learn more about the university, this would be important to use. And then adaptive learning engines. So you find that on sites like LinkedIn Learning and Coursera, there are those engines that you can use to define your learning path, basically by assessing the learner's needs, and then they can recommend steps that they can take in learning a given course. So this can be important for you as a facilitator. Then biometrics, these have been around for a long time. Touch recognition, speech and body language, but then how can they be applied in education? So for those that have taken online exams, you know that there are usually systems that enable tracking of your body movements to make sure that maybe you're not doing any cheating and all that. So these are things that can be set up within our learning environments to support in making sure that we have quality education. Then text analysis, this goes back to natural language processing. So for education, you're looking at being able to analyze different content. So maybe the National Council for Education, if you want to do, to come up with maybe policies and all that, you could use the data that is already available. By using learning analytics, we're able to, since we have the data, we can be able to make some predictions on the data that we already have to know which approaches work best. And also, as facilitators, if you go to a class without a lesson plan, then most likely your students are not going to pick anything because maybe you're using slides that you prepared maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And I think the best way to use AI as facilitators would be to make sure that our lesson plans are up to date. And I think Dr. Joyce mentioned things that you can put, how you can use LLMs to improve the learning experience of your students. So I would suggest that if you are not using lesson plans, then would be a good time to start, making sure that you have initial assessments and also summative assessments to make sure that you can gauge the level at which your learners are at, and then be able to give them content that is ideal for them. Also, so what I think, my belief is that LLMs can give you the answers, but they cannot teach you some of the things that will allow you to pick the concepts better. So it's like going into an exam, and it's an open book exam. So you have all the answers, but then you haven't mastered the concepts. So my belief is that we can use LLMs to have a better experience for the learners by using them to come up with those activities that can engage them to pick the concepts much better. All right. So current use cases of AI in higher education. We have, these have been talked about by Ivan, I think, earlier, doing the automated feedback and grading. So the examples there where people are using this to be able to give people automated feedback. I talked of the agents being able to give feedback to many students, which would have been tedious if done manually. Then we have the intelligent microscopy teaching aid. This we are developing in the lab. So we know that the gold standard would be that as a facilitator, you'd have your microscope in front of your class, and then you see, and then you tell them that, oh, I've seen a parasite at this location. Give a chance to 2 or 3 students, they come, they look, and then they tell the class what they see. So what we're trying to do is having a teaching aid for teaching microscopy. What that means that you were able to have students looking at the same slide, having the same image, and then being able to point out areas of interest on that blood smear as teaching is happening. So we hope that this will improve on how teaching microscopy is done in different facilities around the country. Then the other use cases, of course, learning analytics, which I've talked about. What that entails is collecting the data from the different facilitators and being able to come up with tools that can aid the learning much better. Then the cognitive computing tech, so being able to interact with systems like IBM has a system, but these are some things as what you'd have with normal chatbots. And then the virtual agents I've talked about, personalized adaptive learning environment. So when you delivering your course, you can have a tool that assesses the learners, know what level each learner is at, and then be able to tailor the learning given the needs of the different learners. And then the last one we talked about as being able to capture events that are happening within the examination room. All right, then some of the key concerns, of course, explainability, being able to know what's happening behind the scenes, like how we train our models. If it was normal software, you'd be able to know the logic behind and then tweak it in case something goes wrong. But sometimes AI is a black box and not being able to detect some of the ways in how decisions have been made. Then bias, which can come from the data sets that were used to train the models, accountability, responsibility, who do you blame in case something goes wrong? If you're using a tool and something goes wrong, who should you blame? Of course, privacy. So for cases where we develop models and deploy them natively on the mobile phones, that means maybe all the processing is happening on the mobile phone, but what happens if you have to send data to the cloud, the people that are using LLMs, you find that there are many passwords that have been submitted to LLMs that, we'll be shocked if we open people's ChatGPT and we see what they post. So privacy is a concern. Then bad actors, of course, people are using these tools for many things that we do not have an idea of what the intentions are. And then the interface challenge, how do you manage the people and software and hardware? So combining that is also a big concern that we need to take care of. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's clap it louder, please, for Solomon. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to the end of the 3 presentations, and you will agree with me that the first presenter, Dr. Joyce Nabende, had our questions presented to her answered. We will now receive or give comments, questions to the 2 presenters here. The first is Dr. Ivan Muchibi from Isbat University, and Dr. Rose Nakasi through Solomon, who I think has done a very commendable job. And just for emphasis, the 2 questions that we are going to deal with, 2 topics, is the experiences on adopting and implementing AI technologies within our higher education institutions, and the innovative approaches that would help us change the way we do curriculum, how we design, teach, the teaching methods that must be thought through, and how we assess. So the floor is open for questions, comments to these 2 remaining presenters. And I'm going to control time because from the program prepared, we ought to have been ending at 4:20, but we came in rather late, but I think, ED, we've been able to manage to recover time. So we'll take about, from now is 4:15, 10 minutes. Okay. So that will take us to just recoup 5 minutes from the lost time. So 4:25, we will be in order to get back the microphone to Secretariat to do the orderly, as was planned. So may I then receive your hands, comments, and Secretariat, maybe you project as well the questions that are online for them to see and comment. Yes, I see a hand, name, and the institution you represent.
Thank you so much. Lillian Tamale, Victoria University. I'd like the presenters to humbly share their experiences, how they are handling their institutions effectively, balancing innovation with ethical consideration and academic integrity. We have noted that several students share these projects, and at the moment we have a problem of open access repositories like Kego and Zenodo. When you log in there, you're able to see different data sets, different links to GitHub, and several codes actually. A student can easily download and come up with a project. So I'd like the presenters to humbly share the experiences on that. Thank you.
The question, if I got you right, is directed to both presenters.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Next, so those are 2 questions. Yes, bring the
you.
microphone here.
Professor, I have the microphone.
You have the microphone?
Yes.
Okay, please. No, there's a hand here, and I want to believe this is the VC of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Am I right to say so? Get the microphone to her, not because she's VC, but I thought I saw her hand first, and I thought I could deal with that and then move next door.
Okay.
So that would be helpful. Then I'll come back to you. That's Dr. Martha. You would be in trouble if you speak before your boss. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Solomon, for your presentation. My question is to you regarding the very first slide you showed. From my clinical background, I kept wondering, I see you're trying to increase diagnostics using AI. And I like one of the last slides you ended with saying, with AI, sometimes it's difficult to know what's behind the AI, how the conclusion was reached at. And for training, I think that's very, very important, especially for clinical training. Coming from a clinical background, it's very, very important that as we integrate AI, we still need to know that it is very important for the students to understand the concepts behind what the AI is producing. And that brings me to your first slide, where you showed diagnosis of malaria, diagnosis of TB. In clinical practice, we have what we call diagnostic accuracy measured by sensitivity and specificity. I'm just wondering if, even with AI, you take care of that diagnostic accuracy testing in terms of sensitivity and sensitivity. And also, back to that slide, to caution that for training as we integrate AI, let us still put in place measures to ensure that the people we are training understand the concepts behind what AI is producing. Thank you very much.
Okay, I request you take the microphone back to Dr. Martha. I disorganized her, then I will take 2 more questions. And Secretariat, please project if there are questions online so they can also be attended to.
Thank you, Professor Pius. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the 3 presenters we have had this afternoon. Very exciting presentations and very knowledgeable. I do have a comment, however, maybe this could be for the National Council for Education. Because this AI is very practical, I would like to suggest that next time these kind of presentations are very practical. So I wish we had been asked, bring out your laptops, phones, and let us take you through this so that we can understand better. Because I had some submissions how AI can help us with grading of assessment, predicting dropout rates. As a registrar, I was very keen on that. And I wish that I had been shown practically how to do it. One of the presenters talked about our need to understand how to do the prompting, and we have had this over and over again. So how I wish that the presenter would say, take out whatever you're using, and then let's try out this prompt. Especially now that we're talking about competence-based learning, this is how we can learn this better. There is another presenter who talked about how AI can help us with course redesigning, question generation. These are very practical matters, and we would really have taken away a lot had we just practiced even for a few minutes. So this for me is a suggestion going forward, that this can be made a little more practical. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps I allow the presenters to deal with this. We have time. We have some time. As I requested that we would end by, we have about 4 more minutes, so maybe allow you respond.
Thank you, participants. So I'll begin with the last question. Maybe the last question was a comment on a practical session. So I did mention things on prompt engineering that I can mention again. There was zero-shot prompting, few-shot prompting, chain of thought, and then there is self-consistency. So those ones you can just take note, and then if you punch them in your ChatGPT or Google, you should be able to get the steps, but you had like limited time to go through the practical session. Then the question from the VC of Mbarara concerning sensitivity, like the different metrics that we use in training these models. I did mention that for some models, it's a black box, you can't know what's happening. But for the work that we do in the lab, we try to involve the domain experts. So we go out and collect the images of those blood smear samples, and then we have experts annotate them, basically pointing out the areas of interest. If it's cervical cancer or TB or malaria, the experts do the annotation for us. So the models that we train, we feed that data into the model to make sure that we have accurate results. And also they're being benchmarked against given accuracy levels before we do the deployment. I think I'll let Ivan.
So I'll try and answer the question of project authenticity. Now, usually, for example, if I give a student an assignment, they are free to check on Kaggle because that's one of the ways that they can improve. But the point is, when this student is presenting this project to me, I'll ask questions that are related to logic. You cannot copy logic from these LLMs. So if this student can present logic of what they're presenting, then it means they've understood. Then two, if they have written code, one of the ways you can tell a student is to refactor that code. Now, if they cannot refactor that code in any way, you definitely know they've cheated. So there are ways of checking these things. And I guess I'm speaking from a computer science background, but I guess in any other field, there could be ways of checking these things. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We still have a few more minutes. Secretariat, I thought I would have the questions, online questions projected. That's what how I was guided. Online questions, are they? Dr. Cosmas, can I get guidance? Oh, yes. Could one of the presenters shed light on how issues about data privacy and security can be addressed when using AI in higher education institutions? Who would wish to go first?
I can go first. So, universities have infrastructure set up. I think MOOC uses Renew and Dix as one of the people that do the infrastructure setup. So if all the content that we have within the university is on our servers, then we would rely on the different security measures that are being implemented by those infrastructure owners. So the difficulty would be in sending out our data out there and not being able to track its usage. But if it's within a network, then that's manageable at the network manager's level.
So when it comes to data privacy, usually there is personal identifiable information, and there are many ways of keeping that private. If you are working with ChatGPT and you have an API that interacts with these tools. So for example, you can do data masking, data anonymization, data encryption, and on top of that, if it's not personal identifiable information, then maybe your institution should have a policy of which data can be sent to these public LLMs. Thank you.
Members, let's clap for these presenters. I want to believe that we are coming to the end of this session, Master of Ceremonies. Before I hand over the microphone to you, Madam Executive Director, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we've listened to these experts present on artificial intelligence. And my intuition is that this subject is here to stay. It's not going away. I think what is important is that we continue to explore the opportunities that have been presented and perhaps the challenges and how to mitigate them. But it starts with acceptance. And I would like to believe that Executive Director and your team, this conference means that you've endorsed that we are moving into AI. So let's clap for NCHE as a regulator. The next ED is therefore, as a regulator, that you should urge higher education institutions to begin to adopt, of course, changing our curriculum and bringing them for your accreditation. It's been a pleasure being your chair for this session. God bless you.
If I were you, I would clap more. I would clap for the chair, I would clap for the presenters, because they have kept us awake, and we thank you. We thank you. Now we As we come to a close, I want to request that Dr. Kagume, you come with the VC of MAST and the Vice Chair, Dr. Mugalu, to come and take these seats. And members, I want also to recognize there are some people who have done good work, and I request them to stand up. Dr. David Musimami, where you should stand up. Actually, you should come in front. Come in front. Dr. Oliver Nyolo, Dr. Justin Ayebale, and Ms. Naomi Triahewa. Can you come in front? And I want to call Dr. Cosmas Muhumuza to join them. I know ED will thank the rest of the team, but in particular, we need to clap for these people. They have been behind the whole program, the whole setup, and they are rapporteurs for a conference, and I liked the chair, Professor Changa, who said the resolution is already made, and I think we have agreed with it since he was chairing the session. And Professor, you are proceeding this side. And we want to thank you. And the best we can do is to brace you, but in particular, I want to ask Dr. Nora Mulira to stand up. She has been the overall supervisor of this team. Definitely the rest of the staff, including me, we appreciate you, but we want to specifically thank you, and we await to see not the AI-generated report, but a report from the discussion that we have had here. You can take your seats. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Nora as the overall director to make your concluding remarks. And once you are done, you will ask the ED to make some few remarks. Then the ED will ask the vice chair, who is standing in for the chairperson of council, to invite the minister who is going to close online. Wow.
Okay. Thank you, Arthur. My concluding remarks are very brief. We've come to the end. We've come to the end of the 6th annual conference hosted here in Mbarara City by the National Council for Higher Education. But this is a conference, of course, that would not have happened, would not have been this successful without your participation. So I would like to thank you all very much, our participants, in all your different categories, for having been with us from yesterday. We've gone through settling, moving venues, and coming finally on day 2 to this place. We've listened to keynote speakers that have given us our themed deliberations on strategies, best practices, and challenges of integrating AI in higher education. We've also listened to the technical components of what that would take. We've listened to the challenges. And above all, as the higher education subsector, we are all on the same page. We started day one of integrating AI in higher education together here in this space. And for that, we deserve a round of applause. It is a major objective of the National Council to achieve a common definition of AI, to achieve a common trajectory of where we're going, the direction we are facing at the regulatory level and what the institutions must do, and all our stakeholders. So thank you all very much for making this possible. And we believe that with this, and those of you who were here yesterday with the minister, you saw a commitment to our journey. I would like to thank all the presenters here. The rapporteurs have been thanked. I think Cosmas has already been thanked as our coordinator. And above all, I'd like to thank the ED who takes us all in this umbrella of the National Council to make these conferences possible. A round of applause, please. Last but not least, the people who have enabled this to happen are here, making us comfortable, the hotel staff and all the people who have provided meals and all the creature comforts we've enjoyed here. Thank you all very much, and for those of you who are leaving, journey masses. And with, yes, another round of applause. With those remarks, I would like to invite the ED, Professor Mary Giano Kokol, to give her closing remarks. Professor.
And everybody who invites me to speak adds JN. JN are abbreviations. But they've become my names. The Honorable Minister of ICT and National Guidance, represented by the Honorable Minister of State, Honorable Kabyanga, the Chairperson of the National Council for Higher Education, who is represented here by the Vice Chairperson, Dr. Ramadan Mugalu, and members of Council who are present, the management of NCHE, Vice Chancellors and Principals, staff of NCHE, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Let me request, before I start my remarks, the Vice Chancellors who are still with us. I know that Vice Chancellors are multitasking a lot, but that they've survived up to this moment, we need to recognize them. So please stand up, those who are still with us. Thank you very much. The principals who are still with us, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. So on behalf of the National Council for Higher Education, I welcome the Honorable Minister of ICT and National Guidance and appreciate him for accepting our invitation to close this conference. We thank him very much. Let's thank him very much. Now, as we close this 6th annual Higher Education Conference, I want to thank everyone for the contributions you have made since yesterday. I know all of us here have made contributions. And in a very special way, I wish to sincerely appreciate the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Museveni, for having come in person to officially open the conference. And also for giving us a lot of time. As you noted, she stayed and interacted with us, listened to the submissions, and I'm sure she went back with a clear picture of what this conference is about. We thank her very much. The minister's speech, which was insightful, was crucial in setting the tone by urging higher education institutions to embrace the AI technology. Please note the advice that the minister gave, that AI should enhance rather than replace essential human values. And I think in our discussions, this has also come up repeatedly. You'll agree with me that this has been a very instructive and productive conference on the role of AI in advancing the quality of higher education in our country. I would like to extend appreciation to the keynote speakers, namely Professor Azra Naseem, Dr. Lawrence Muganga. When I mention your name, if you are present, please stand up. We are recognizing you. Dr. Lawrence Muganga and Dr. Ernest Mwebaze. We also had a local one, Dr. Sembatia, who filled in the gap very, very neatly. And the many paper presenters for their contributions in ensuring a successful conference. Please appreciate them. To this, I would like to say your expertise and innovative ideas and engaging interventions have enriched the conference. And to all of you participants, your valuable presence and active participation in the discussions contributed a lot to the success of this conference. Again, appreciate yourselves, please. Over the course of the 2 days, the conference has highlighted challenges, best practices, and strategies for integrating AI in higher education in Uganda. And this was in keeping with the theme that we set ourselves. In addition, the transformative potential of AI in advancing higher education was emphasized through the various presentations and discussions. It is evident that AI is touching every aspect of our lives, more so in the domain of higher education. The need to enhance infrastructure and tools, and the need to revolutionize curricular design, teaching, and assessment were also emphasized. So as AI becomes increasingly integrated into various aspects of higher education, there is need for better understanding of the risks it poses and putting in place appropriate mitigation measures, because there is a possibility of us being carried away with the advantages, with the benefits, and forgetting that there are also risks associated with AI. So to all session chairpersons, and I request session chairpersons, no, before the session chairperson, other people stood, but I omitted requesting all the presenters to stand up for recognition, all presenters. Thank you. And to all chairpersons, session chairpersons, your guidance of the discussions in the sessions ensured smooth and engaging conversations. So thank you very much, and stand up for recognition. Led by the Chairperson General. I would like to appreciate the Council Chairperson, the Council Vice Chairperson, and all the Council members who were here yesterday, and some are still here, but I'll leave the rest to the Chairperson. I will not ask the Council Chairpersons to stand up, but on behalf of management, I would like to appreciate their role, right from guidance as we are preparing, and also being present in this conference. I'm aware that some who are not here were online, and some have even been contributing, so we appreciate all of them. And to the organizing committee, but before I go to the general organizing committee, gratitude goes to those behind the curtains. I'm glad that Mr. Muguzi paraded them here. The rapporteurs, those who were personnelling, don't know whether that is the correct word, the reception, we thank you very much. But you could also stand up again, because many times those who do the quiet work may not be recognized, may not be seen. They like their chairs. I'm asking you to stand up, the rapporteurs, those who registered, and so on. I'm sure you'll see the fruits of the rapporteurs when we send out the proceedings. And to the organizing committee, another very big thank you. Thank you, thank you. And finally, I thank you all once again for your participation and your support to this conference. And I wish you safe travels back home to your various destinations. And thank you for your kind attention. It's now my pleasure to invite the chairperson to make his remarks, and then invite the Honourable Minister to address us. I thank you.
Thank you, Edie. Honourable Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Council members present, the Executive Director, Mary J. N. Okakwal, and the management of NCHE. Then Vice Chancellors and Principals here present, heads of government departments and agencies present, staff of NCHE, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest tonight, the Honorable Minister of ICT, who is online, and National Guidance, National Minister of ICT and National Guidance, as you come to close this 6th Annual Higher Education Conference 2025, organized by National Council for Higher Education. I am happy to inform you, Honorable Minister, that these participants have been here for the last 2 days. Having started this conference yesterday, we were blessed to have the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Museveni, open this conference. As you are aware, Honorable Minister, your ministry is in charge of supervising all ICT-related matters and dissemination of government information to the public. So this conference, therefore, aligned to your mandate as it has served to disseminate ICT-related material to the public. It is also in line with the NCHE mandate function of disseminating information on higher education to the public. For the 2 days, Honorable Minister, we have been here. We have been deliberating on challenges, best practices, and strategies for integration of artificial intelligence in higher education in Uganda. As explained by the Executive Director, we have had proper presentations from researchers, Their researches were done on artificial intelligence by these eminent scholars. AI has become a critical tool in the modern world because it enhances efficiency, automates tasks, improves decision-making, and drives innovation. In the higher education subsector, AI is becoming inevitable in training of human workforce. Allow me to only highlight a few areas discussed in the conference and need to be brought to your attention, Honorable Minister, for your ministry. First and foremost is the lack of a policy and a legal framework to provide regulation and guidance for the integration and implementation of the artificial intelligence integration. The existing laws, such as the NITA-U Act and the Data Protection and Privacy Act and the Digital Agenda, offer a good foundation for the implementation of ICT, but there is no artificial intelligence specific legislation. So the cost of implementing and maintaining AI system is very high, and a number of institutions need to be subsidized. Infrastructure and internet access, especially for the institutions in rural areas. Technological failure or limitations disrupt the learning process, highlighting the need for robust system and backup plans. There is also the challenge of skills gap, especially the shortage of AI skilled educators, as we have seen here by most presenters, and IT professionals with the necessary skills required in implementation and management of AI in higher education. As Council, we are going to prioritize the accreditation of programs that promote ICT, including AI. However, we need your ministry through UCC to support National Council for Higher Education with the computers and other ICT-related tools in order to monitor and integrate ICT in higher education. Honorable Minister, allow me, if there are members of council here, on behalf of my chair, I request that they stand, if there are any here. Yes, Professor Mugisha, thank you for being around. Now I take this opportunity to invite you, Honorable Minister, to address the conference and officially close the 6th Annual Higher Education Conference 2015. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope everybody is getting me. The chairperson and members of the National Council for Higher Education, the Executive Director of National Council for Higher Education, the Vice Chancellors and Principals present, senior staff of Ministry of Education and Sports, the staff of National Council for Higher Education, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kabyanga Godfrey Baruku, the State Minister for ICT and National Guidance, and I would like to bring apologies from my Minister, the Honorable Chris Ivariumusi, who would have loved to attend the closure of this very, very important conference, but was engaged in other state duties. I would also like to apologize for not being there physically, but with the technology, I will be able to deliver the speech from the minister. So our apologies, both of us. I bring you greetings from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, and thank you for inviting us to close this conference. The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance was established in 2006 with the mandate of providing strategic leadership and supervision of ICT in the country. We work to ensure that we have a knowledgeable and productive society driven by information communication technology. The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance is happy to associate with the National Council for Higher Education, not only in the areas of training human resource, but also in communicating government programs. This not only helps the ministry to achieve its mandate, but also helps the National Council for Higher Education to fulfill its mandate functions of disseminating information about higher education in Uganda for the benefit of the public. I am reliably informed that in this conference, you have been deliberating on issues around the integration of artificial intelligence in higher education, especially focusing on the challenges, best practices, and strategies. As per the theme, challenges, best practices, and strategies of artificial intelligence integration in higher education in Uganda. Artificial intelligence is one of the new technological advancements in the world, resulting from the exceptional revolutionary transformation with significant developments such as the internet, smart gadgets, virtual reality, cloud computing, and the fourth industrial revolution, among others. The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance launched the Digital Transformation Roadmap in September 2023, outlining Uganda's journey to incorporate digital solutions in areas of education. It is aligned to the National Development Plan 4 with the aim of strengthening the implementation of enabling policies and laws to accelerate Uganda's digital revolution. The ministry is developing a national strategy and establishing an institutional framework to guide the adoption and usage of AI. And I'm really happy that you discuss issues to do with the legal framework. It includes developing best practices and implementing checks and balances through policies, regulations, and laws in order to ensure policy coordination and coherence. Currently, there is no legal framework specifically on AI to provide regulatory oversight and diverse actors in the AI ecosystem. There are various pieces of legislation which majorly focus on general purpose technologies. The National Information Technology Authority, Uganda, NCHE, Act offers a foundation for improving infrastructure to support AI regulation efforts. And indeed, right now, we are embarking on building the national backbone infrastructure to cover all the districts. The current policy and legal framework provides a starting point for enacting comprehensive AI-specific legislation. This conference is in line with our strategy of implementing a national program to educate citizens on AI, as well as promoting responsible engagement and ethical practices. Well aware that the ministry alone cannot effectively and timely address the AI needs of the country, we are in partnership with the private sector, such as Sunbird AI, to enhance ICT services. Further, in collaboration with the International Telecommunications Union, the ministry is undertaking a project to establish a foundation for Uganda's data-driven future. Cognizant of the high costs of internet, the high cost of integrating AI in all sectors, especially research, which is vital in generating knowledge, new knowledge, and providing solutions to societal problems, the ministry is establishing the National Research and Innovation Fund on AI to tap into and harvest the students that come with AI. The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance is working with the Ministry of Education and Sports on the implementation of the Education Digital Agenda Strategy 2021-2025, which provides a rationale and action plan to integrating ICT into teaching, learning, and assessment. This will equip students with AI skills and prepare them for tech-driven future and create opportunities that will positively impact society, improve productivity and efficiency for research and academia. My ministry, through the Uganda Communications Commission, alongside Uganda Communications Universal Service Access Fund, as embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals 4, has been a key player in supporting educational institutions and ICT infrastructure. We have also worked to increase internet connectivity in schools, support ICT clubs, conducted teacher ICT skilling, and we are creating an e-learning platform. And therefore, as the chairman has already requested, I would like to promise that UCC is going to support the National Council for Higher Education with computers. That one we are going to plan. To you educators, I want to remind you that the future of education demands a workforce that can adopt rapidly evolving technological advancements. It is high time universities and tertiary education laid ground for mastery of AI by integrating AI in the programs you are running and reviewing your curriculum to develop innovative ways and stay on course with ever-changing technologies. In my language, we say that okugenda nembinduka, literally meaning that we have to move with change. I therefore call upon stakeholders in the education sector to move with the Ministry of ICT and national guidance in the journey of technological change, to accept and embrace the new technological advancement. It is our responsibility to make well thought out changes in the ICT systems for the better. I'm convinced that you have found this conference relevant as we strive to change our goals, to align them to the global technological changes. Apply the knowledge attained from this conference to see how best we can integrate AI in the higher education sector in Uganda. I confirm the council management, I commend the council management staff of National Council of Higher Education and presenters on this great initiative and for organizing this conference. It's my pleasure and single honor, therefore, to declare this 6th annual Higher Education Conference officially closed. I say all this for God and my country. I thank you very much.
Let us clap for our chief guest, Mo. We are coming to a close, as he has said, and just one or two announcements. We are here for education, High Education Week, and on Thursday, we shift to Kamukuzi, open grounds for exhibition. And universities have prepared a lot of work, especially in these areas of artificial intelligence and innovations. I would urge all of you, not only to make your institutions participate, but if you can also come and participate and join them. I hope, can I show by show of hands those who don't want to attend? All those who want to attend, or send institutions, the arms are not so clear, but we shall pray to God that you'll be able to attend. 2 is the guild president of Victoria University. Can you stand up? The guild president? Yeah. He sent me a note that on behalf of the guild president and student leaders appreciates the organizing committee and all the people who have participated. We thank you. We saw your note and we have taken note of it. Our team has prepared a modest transport refund. As Saulo likes saying that sometimes if you find it too little, appreciate it. But in case you find it too much, don't refund, because sometimes it may be exceeding where it is taking you. We just appreciate it, but one thank you, and I request Dr. Kagume to come and give us a closing prayer as we cross.
Let us stand and pray together. Lord, our loving Father, thank you so much for the way you have been with us. You know that we are happy. You know that we have learned. You know that we have heard. And Lord, you know that we have asked questions. And there are other questions which have not been answered. We know we shall keep searching for more knowledge as we leave this place. But above all, one thank you for what you have given us. One thank you for National Council. One thank you for the ED of National Council and all the management and staff. One thank you for the stakeholders, the universities, the vice chancellors, the academic registrars, and all people of goodwill in higher education in this country. We want to thank you for the presenters. And we want to pray that what we have heard may be a guide for our future knowledge and also for our future learning. That it will lay a foundation as we ask more questions about artificial intelligence, as we read more about artificial intelligence, as we try our best to implement the tools that can help us in our institutions, in management, in administration, in teaching and learning. And Lord, above all, we want to pray that your presence will be with us as we leave this place to guide us back to our destination, to where we shall be going. And that, Lord, your blessing, which is greater than we can understand, will be with us now and forevermore. Amen.